In the country's 74-year history was sworn in. It plans sweeping reforms from expanding illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank to weakening the power of the judiciary, it's being said. Here's more.
Thousands of protesters took to the streets. The protests were against the plans made by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's new government that opponents say threaten democracy and freedom.
We are here today, thousands, hopefully Arabs and Jews, coming to Tel Aviv to demonstrate against the government that has been formed. This government brings extreme people to the governor in Israel. And we can see right now many laws being advocated for against LGBTQ, against Palestinians, against larger minorities in Israel.
The protesters gathered around in the central city of Tel Aviv days after the most right-wing and religiously conservative government in the country's 74-year history was sworn in. Anti-government banners and signs were held that said Palestinian lives matter. Protesters even waved rainbow flags.
We are really afraid that our country is going to lose the democracy and we are going to dictatorship just for reasons of one person which wants to get rid of his law trial, and it is just sad. It's so selfish. It's really incredible that our country, at my age, I am 77 years old, and I fought 3 wars, and I think this country is going to a disaster.
According to sources, the protest was led by left-wing and Arab members of the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. They contend that proposed plans by new cabinet will hinder the judicial system and widen societal gaps.
ממשלת ישראל ה-37, שבאה לעולם לפני פחות משבוע, נחושה ללכת בכיוון המתאים כדי לבסס את קיומנו ועתידנו כמדינה יהודית ודמוקרטית בארץ אבותינו, ארץ ישראל. גם היום נחוצה לנו רוויזיה לאומית. במקום חוסר מעש, נקדם מדיניות עתירת מעש, מדיניות נמרצת, מדיניות אחראית, מדיניות לאומית.
Critics accuse the government of declaring war on the legal system, saying that the plan will upend Israel's system of checks and balances and undermine its democratic institution by giving absolute power to the new governing coalition. Meanwhile, protesters also call for peace and coexistence between Jews and Arab residents of the country. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And in Mexico City, 2 subway trains collided in 2 stations Saturday in the city, killing at least 1 person, injuring 57. Mayor Claudia Sheinbaum has said on her Twitter account, that is, that the accident happened on line 3 of the capital's metro system without specifying the cause of the crash between the Potrero and La Raza stations. Here's more. Take a look at all the details in this report.
In a metro collision yesterday, 1 died and left 57 others injured.
Este sábado a las 9:16 horas se registró un accidente en la línea 3 del metro, un alcance entre 2 trenes que se tradujo en un choque entre las estaciones La Raza y Potrero.
The mayor further stated that 1 person died in the incident and 57 people were injured, some with minor injuries, and were taken to 7 hospitals in the city.
4 personas quedaron prensadas, fueron rescatadas tiempo después. Las 4 se encuentran hospitalizadas. Hasta ahora la persona que se encuentra más grave es el conductor del tren. Son 57 personas heridas, algunas de ellas con heridas leves, pero de todas maneras llegaron a los hospitales y lamentablemente un fallecimiento.
Watch how the surroundings of the stations were taken over by 100 police and military personnel while ambulances and rescue teams arrived. The mayor even ordered the metro director to take cognizance of the matter. Remember, in May 2021, the collapse of an elevated section of Line 12 of the Mexico City subway left 26 dead and almost 100 injured, in which an investigation blamed the structural failure on deficiencies in the construction process, and 10 former officials have been charged with homicide, injury and damage to property. Agency report, Republic TV.
And we are getting you breaking news here from Senegal of people having lost their lives. 85 reported injured as 40 people are dead in this terrible bus accident as two buses collided near the town of Kaffrine in central Senegal yesterday. This was confirmed by the president of Senegal himself, President Macky Sall. And Shubhangi joining us live from the Mumbai newsroom. Shubhangi has all the details about this terrible bus accident. So Shubhangi, what are the details that are emerging as of now as far as the incident is concerned? What details do you have? How did this happen?
Yes, Rukma, at least 40 people have lost their life while a dozen have been injured in this fatal bus collision which happened in central Senegal. The country's president has declared 3 days mourning because of this fatal accident. Now remember, basically two bus have rammed into each other which claimed 40 people's life. 3 days mourning have been declared, and a key meeting will be heard to discuss road safety measures in Senegal, where 40 people lost their lives and like several others have been injured.
Right. Well, many thanks, Shubhangi, for joining us there, and keep your eyes on that story. And viewers, these are visuals from the accident site. Shubhangi bringing us all the latest on this story from the Mumbai newsroom. These are visuals of the accident site, the terrible accident which claimed 40 lives in Senegal. And it's time now for another short break. In fact, that's all we have for you in this edition of World This Morning. But coming up next in the Morning Express, Prime Minister Modi in Indore to mark Pravasi Bharatiya Divas today. Also coming up, amid the brawl between the AAP and the BJP over mayoral elections in the MCD, AAP seeks support now of Congress councillors likely to hold protests.
This is Alisha Ajanar reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See.
Thanks for tuning in this Monday morning. You're watching the Morning Express. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's start with the top headlines this Monday morning. PMO intervenes, holds high-level review meet on Joshimath situation. Uttarakhand Chief Secretary briefs PMO on the situation. NDRF and SDRF rush to Joshimath, NDMA and Border Management Secretary to visit Uttarakhand today. Police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as national disaster to be mentioned in the top court. Prime Minister Modi in Indore today to mark the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. Amid the brawl between the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP over mayor elections, AAP seeks support of Congress councillors likely to hold protests. Now, amid directions from the Ministry of Home Affairs to go all out against terror in Jammu and Kashmir, the Indian Army, in a joint operation with the J&K police, launched house-to-house search operations which involved the 26 Rashtriya Rifles along with the J&K police carrying out the anti-terror operations in the Kishtwar district of J&K.
Days after the terror attack in the Dhangri village of Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir that killed 7, the Indian Army has stepped up operations to wipe out terror from the valley. On January 7th, the Indian Army thwarted an infiltration bid in Balakot sector of Jammu and Kashmir. To be precise, on the night of January 7 in the Poonch district, the Indian Army eliminated 2 terrorists in the operation. According to the officials, the army recovered 1 AK-47 rifle, 1 modified AK-56 rifle, 1 Chinese pistol, 2 Chinese hand grenades and 2 high explosive IEDs from the terrorists.
Own alert troops observed suspicious movement of 2 terrorists, infiltrators, who were trying to sneak in across the line of control in Balakot sector of Poonch district. The troops on the line of control and fence were alerted and kept observing the area.
Brigadiers during the press conference also said that the troops commenced their search operation in which 2 bodies were recovered with ammunition in the early hours of January 8.
Major weapons and equipment recovered from the Pithoos were 2 pistols with ammunition, 2 night vision goggles of US make, 1 binocular, 1 camcorder with pictures of the terrorists and their training, steel core bullets of AK ammunition, combat dresses, warm clothing, etc.
Brigadier R. Krishnan also revealed about the infiltration bid on the evening of December 29th, which was foiled by the troops.
By the quick action of alert troops, a major infiltration bid was thus foiled, and the nefarious designs of the terrorists to disrupt peace in Poonch and Rajouri districts was thwarted successfully.
In another episode of Search and Cordon, major tragedy was averted yesterday, as security forces found an IED-like material from a village in Rajouri's Budhal police station, which was immediately taken into possession by forces and has been successfully destroyed through a controlled mechanism. Notably, the MHA on January 7 declared Asif Maqbooldar, who lives in Saudi Arabia and a leading radical voice involved in influencing Kashmiri youth to take up arms, as an individual terrorist. According to MHA, he was involved in instigating or provoking the youth of Kashmir Valley for terrorist activities by using social media platforms. This comes after the Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the forces to go all out against terror and leave no stone unturned in a bid to avoid any further attacks.
Security forces have launched house-to-house cordon search operation in the Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir. This came days after the meeting, a high-level meeting that was chaired by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah in New Delhi on 28th of December, in which the top security brass as well as the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha took part, and the clear directions were passed to the security forces that there needs to be zero tolerance towards terrorism, and the need is to eradicate the terror ecosystem, not only to kill the terrorism but to wipe out.
Watch how the Indian Army is undertaking house-to-house search operation in Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, Kishtwar is the home district of one of the longest surviving terrorist commanders, Jehangir Saruri of Hizbul Mujahideen, who has been active for more than 25 years and is still being sought for arrest. Similarly, on January 6, the MHA banned People's Anti-Fascist Front (PAFF), a proxy outfit of another Pakistan-based terror group, Jaish-e-Mohammed, for its involvement in terror acts in Jammu and Kashmir and elsewhere. The MHA said that PAFF has been regularly issuing threats to security forces, political leaders and civilians working in Jammu and Kashmir from other states. Jawans of 26 Rashtriya Rifles of the Indian Army in a joint operation with Jammu and Kashmir Police are carrying out searches to find out possible terror hideouts and those who were part of the ecosystem. These joint operations are being carried out at the houses of overground workers, the surrendered terrorists and their relatives to find any possible terror hideouts. The action against the terror groups and terrorists came amidst the repeated assertions by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah that the central government has adopted a zero-tolerance policy towards terrorism.
साथियों, दिवाली का अर्थ है आतंक के अंत के साथ उत्सव, आतंक के अंत का उत्सव.
On the same lines, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah issued an order to deploy 18 additional companies to Jammu and Kashmir following the attacks on civilians in the Rajouri district. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, a dense layer of fog has enveloped parts of North India. Schedule of over 480 trains as well as 25 flights has been affected. In fact, in the national capital, the minimum temperature has dipped to 1.9 degrees Celsius. In fact, Delhi's minimum temperature was lower than most places in Himachal Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. Those are the visuals also that we've been getting since early morning, where you can see thick fog having engulfed parts of North India, and this visual in fact coming in from the national capital. Let's take a look at this detailed report filed from Delhi's Akshardham temple.
दिल्ली में इस बार की सर्दी पिछले कई सालों का रिकॉर्ड एक बार फिर से तोड़ चुकी है। बता दें, अगर खासकर जनवरी महीने की बात करें तो जनवरी महीने ने तो पिछले 10 साल का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया है। इस वक्त हम दिल्ली के मशहूर अक्षरधाम मंदिर के सामने मौजूद हैं और सबसे पहले बिना कुछ कहे मैं आपको चाहूंगा तस्वीरें दिखाइए। देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है एक घनी जो है चादर, मोटी चादर कोहरे की, वो आपको साफ नजर आ रही होगी। अगर नॉर्मल डेज में बात करें तो यहाँ पर आप खड़े होंगे तो कुछ मीटर के बाद यहाँ से आपको अक्षरधाम मंदिर साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा, लेकिन विजिबिलिटी जो है इस वक्त की वो इतनी ज्यादा कम हो चुकी है कि खासा परेशानी का जो है लोगों को सामना करना पड़ रहा है। अगर इस बार के सर्दी की बात करें तो सर्दी लगातार बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। तापमान की अगर बात करें खासकर तो दिल्ली के कुछ इलाकों में तो 1.9 डिग्री सेल्सियस भी तापमान दर्ज किया गया है। इसी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए दिल्ली सरकार ने कुछ अहम फैसले लिए हैं, जिसको लेकर के जो दिल्ली के स्कूल हैं उनको 15 जनवरी तक बंद कर दिया गया है, जो कि पहले 8 जनवरी तक बंद था। अब उसको एक्सटेंड करके 15 जनवरी तक दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से कर दिया गया है। इसी के साथ अगर दूसरी तरफ दिखाऊं मैं इस तरफ की तस्वीरें, जो कि ये हाईवे है, तो यहाँ देखिए हाईवे की तस्वीरें, जो गाड़ियां हैं वो आपको साफ नजर नहीं आ रही होगी क्योंकि कुछ मीटर के बाद यहाँ पर भी आपको कुछ नजर नहीं आ रहा होगा, जिससे लोगों को काफी परेशानी जो है वो हो रही है। धीरे धीरे गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ट्रैफिक जाम देखने को मिल रहा है। तो ये कई दिक्कतें जो हैं ये दिल्ली के लोगों को साफ इस बार के सर्दी में फिर से नजर आ रहा है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट संतोष के साथ विशाल पांडे, रिपब्लिक भारत, दिल्ली।
Normal life, of course, having come to a standstill as a result of this thick fog that has engulfed the national capital. In fact, various parts of North India, from the national capital to Madhya Pradesh, it's intense cold wave that has gripped North India. An exclusive report, ground report filed from Bhopal by Satya Vijay.
देश के साथ ही मध्य प्रदेश में भी कड़ाके की ठंड पड़ रही है। पूरा मध्य प्रदेश ठंड की चपेट में है और ऐसा बहुत कम होता है जब पूरे प्रदेश का मिनिमम टेम्परेचर 10 डिग्री सेल्सियस से कम हो, और हालात यही बने हुए हैं। अगर पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में बात करें तो सबसे ठंडे रहने वाले जो जिले हैं वो नौगांव और उमरिया है, जहां पर की मिनिमम टेम्परेचर 1 के लगभग है। इसके अलावा पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि 10 डिग्री सेल्सियस से नीचे टेम्परेचर रहा। भोपाल में और भोपाल के अलावा प्रदेश के तमाम हिस्सों की बात करें तो शीतलहर अधिकांश जिलों में चलेगी, ऐसा मौसम केंद्र का अनुमान है। और इस समय मैं भोपाल के चूनाभट्टी कोलार इलाके में हूँ। यहाँ पर भी आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर अमूमन मॉर्निंग वॉक करने वालों का तांता लगा रहता था। बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर लोग मॉर्निंग वॉक करने आते थे, लेकिन आज चूंकि कोहरा है, शीतलहर है, इसलिए कम ही लोग यहाँ पर आपको मॉर्निंग वॉक करते दिख रहे होंगे, क्योंकि लोग घर से निकलने से बच रहे हैं और इसी के चलते यहाँ पर लोगों की संख्या कम है। मैम से मैं बात करूंगा, घने कोहरे में ये लोग टहलने निकले हैं। मैम, सर्दी तो काफी है, आप लोग फिर भी यहाँ पर?
हाँ, बहुत सर्दी है।
प्रिकॉशंस के साथ आप लोग?
हाँ, अभी स्कूल भी बंद है, वेडनेसडे से स्कूल खुल जाएंगे। अच्छा। और सर्दी ज्यादा रही तो हो सकता है 1-2 दिन और बढ़ जाए।
मैम, आप क्या कहेंगी? सर्दी तो काफी है, लेकिन आप लोग पूरा पैक होकर गर्म कपड़े पहन के मॉर्निंग वॉक?
जी 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 जी, बहुत हम लोग ये सब पूरा पैक करके आते हैं, तभी तो टहल पाते हैं, वॉक करते हैं।
और मौसम केंद्र कह रहा है कि सर्दी में 1-2 दिन बाद राहत मिल सकती है।
हाँ हाँ, मिल सकती है,
और कम हो जाएंगे सर्दी, ऐसा लगता है। हाँ,
चलिए, तो देखिए ये कुछ लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर मॉर्निंग वॉक करने आए हैं। ठंड है, कड़ाके की ठंड है, कोहरा है, लेकिन सेफ्टी के साथ ये लोग यहाँ पर मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं। और जैसा कि प्रदेश भर की बात की जाए तो सर्दी का कहर तो है ही। सर्दी को देखते हुए पूरे प्रदेश में 10 तारीख तक 8वीं क्लास तक के बच्चों के जो स्कूल हैं वो उनकी छुट्टी कर दी गई है। अब देखना है कि 10 के बाद अगर मौसम बदलता है तो स्कूल्स की स्थिति तो बदलेगी, लेकिन फिलहाल पूरा प्रदेश ठंड की चपेट में है। शीतलहर ग्वालियर चंबल बेल्ट में ज्यादा है। इसके अलावा बुंदेलखंड का जो बेल्ट है वहां पर भी कुछ जगहों पर पाला गिरने की संभावना है। तो इस ठंड में यहाँ पर आपको मैंने तस्वीरें दिखाई कि कोहरा, अब चूंकि थोड़ी थोड़ी धूप निकलना स्टार्ट हुई है। राजधानी भोपाल का जो मौसम है वो आज थोड़ा सामान्य है फिलहाल, लेकिन प्रदेश के कई ऐसे इलाके यहाँ पर की कड़ाके की ठंड है और लोग इस ठंड में पूरी सेफ्टी सावधानी बरत रहे हैं, घर से निकलने से बच रहे हैं। कैमरामैन संजय अंकल के साथ सत्य सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क, भोपाल।
A quick roundup of news in brief. Political face-off between the BJP and AAP continues to escalate days after the all-out ruckus in the national capital ahead of the MCD. We're given to understand that the Aam Aadmi Party will be staging a protest outside the LG House today. The AAP has also sought support of Congress councillors. After the high-level PMO meet with the NDMA and Uttarakhand government, members of Border Management and National Disaster Management Authority will visit Uttarakhand today. Meanwhile, the SDRF and the NDRF teams have been rushed to carry out relief and rescue operations. As cracks on walls, buildings and roads as well as landslides continue to baffle residents of Joshimath, police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as national disaster will be mentioned in the Supreme Court. Prime Minister Modi will mark 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in Indore today. In a tweet, the Prime Minister said that the event would be a great platform to deepen the connect with the Indian diaspora. Meanwhile, over 3,500 people from nearly 70 different countries have registered for the mega event in Indore. As a probe in Air India P-gate continues to widen, 2 crew members are likely to join the probe today, while the police is also trying to approach other passengers who were present during the incident. Meanwhile, the Delhi police has summoned 9 crew members to be quizzed. The Supreme Court will hear fresh petitions seeking an independent probe by a special investigation team into the Bihar Hooch tragedy, which has claimed at least 30 lives. The Karnataka government has clarified that the state's tableau did not get the chance to participate in the Republic Day parade this year. This comes after the union government's guidelines providing opportunity to states that took part least number of times during the last 8 years. Tunisha Sharma's mother made yet another claim accusing co-actor Shizan of not taking her to a nearby hospital. Tunisha's mother claimed that she was breathing and could have been saved if she was taken to the hospital on time.
शिजान और तनीषा के बीच में वो 15-20 मिनट में क्या हुआ है, ये तो उस वक्त वो दोनों थे वहाँ पे, और ये सुसाइड भी हो सकता है और मर्डर भी हो सकता है। वो इसलिए मैं बोल रही हूँ क्योंकि शिजान जब उसको लेके गया हॉस्पिटल, वो इतनी दूर लेके गया है जो कि सेट के पास 5-5 मिनट पे हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, नज़दीक हॉस्पिटल पे क्यों नहीं लेके गया? मेरे को इसका जवाब चाहिए। वो उसका सांसें चल रही थी, वो बच सकती थी।
Now, the threat of forced conversions is real, and the matter has now reached the top court after Advocate Ashwini Upadhyay has filed a plea seeking directions for the centre and the states to take concrete measures to control fraudulent religious conversions taking place across the country by intimidation, threatening, deceiving and even luring white gifts and monetary benefits.
In Karnataka, forced conversions have put the government on alert. 15,000 kilometers away in Rajasthan, big allegations of mass forced conversions have surfaced. Another 2,500 kilometers away in Assam, a religious conversion racket with foreigners in the radar was unearthed. The threat to national security is a reality.
हमें एक विदेशी बैंक का खाता इंडिया में मिला है जहां पर धनराशि काफ़ी मात्रा में आई है ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम। तो इसका फाइनेंशियल कनेक्शन क्या है, विदेश में किन संस्थाओं ने ये धनराशि भेजी है, उनका क्या उद्देश्य है, तो एक फाइनेंशियल कनेक्शन भी देखा जा रहा है।
The matter is currently in the Supreme Court, where a bench of Justices M.R. Shah and S. Ravindra Bhatt have been hearing the issue. The centre in an affidavit said it is cognizant of the forced conversion problem and assured that appropriate steps will be taken. With states being implemented, the Gujarat government has filed an affidavit too. The matter reached the top court when Advocate Ashwini Upadhyay filed a seeking direction to the centre and the states to take stringent steps to control the fraudulent religion conversions by intimidation, threatening, deceiving and luring through gifts and monetary benefits. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Now, in the latest in the Bihar Hooch tragedy, the Supreme Court will hear today a plea that seeks SIT probe into the Hooch tragedy, which has claimed at least 30 lives in the state of Bihar.
In December, over 50 people died after consuming spurious liquor in Bihar's Saran district. But this was the casual, almost callous response to the Chief Minister of Bihar.
यहाँ तो शराबबंदी है तो कुछ गड़बड़ तो बेचेगा ही, तो लोगों की मौत हो जाती है। तो इसको याद रखना चाहिए कि शराब नहीं पीना है, शराब बड़ी बुरी चीज़ है, लेकिन फिर भी कोई पी लेता है। देखिए, ज़्यादातर लोगों ने इसके पक्ष में सहमति दी है, लेकिन कुछ आदमी को क्या कीजिएगा, कुछ तो ऐसी गलती करता ही है। तब उसके बाद पिछली बार भी याद है ना, जहरीली शराब से मर गया तो कोई कहा कि इनको मिलना चाहिए कंपल्सरी के बाद। जो शराब पिएगा वो तो मरेगा ही, ये तो उदाहरण ही सामने है। दारू पिया तो मरा, मत पियो, मरोगे।
In fact, in the Bihar Assembly, this was how Nitish Kumar lost his temper when he was questioned on the liquor ban. The BJP protested outside the State Assembly. The top court is set to hear a fresh petition seeking an independent probe by a SIT into the Hooch tragedy. This comes at a time when there are allegations of Hooch tragedies being a conveniently hidden reality in Bihar under Nitish Kumar. And now, all eyes will be on the direction of court today. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Now, news coming in from Bihar, where speaking exclusively to Republic, BJP's Sushil Kumar Modi highlighted the cracks in the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar and claimed that the JDU is soon going to be decimated in the state and that the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar will also be ousted very soon.
The Mahagathbandhan government of Bihar is facing rough weather following the belligerent claims made by BJP's Sushil Modi. In an exclusive interview with Republic, former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Sushil Modi, said that many JDU leaders are in touch with BJP.
देखिए, नीतीश जी और लालू जी में चूहा बिल्ली का खेल प्रारंभ हो गया है। फिर एक बार पलटी मारने वाले हैं नीतीश कुमार।
BJP's Sushil Modi highlighted the cracks in the Mahagathbandhan.
तय हुआ था कि 4-5 महीने के भीतर तेजस्वी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे।
He also claimed that Nitish Kumar will be ousted from the post of Chief Minister of Bihar.
कि दही चूड़ा का तिलक लगा दिया, दिल्ली जाए वो, ताकि यहाँ गद्दी छोड़ दें। तो जगता बाबू एक बार नहीं 3-3 बार यह बयान दे चुके और जगता बाबू जो बोलते हैं वो लालू यादव की जुबान बोलते हैं।
With assurance, he also said that BJP will form its government in Bihar in the upcoming assembly election.
अब ये करें कि 2025 कौन देखा 2025 में क्या होगा? बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगी बिहार में, तेजस्वी कहां लौट कर आएंगे?
Remember, JDU, which came to power with the BJP post the 2020 assembly elections in Bihar, stepped out of the National Democratic Alliance in August this year. Notably, the party then tied up with RJD, Congress and 4 other parties to stake a claim in the government in the state, with Nitish Kumar retaining the chief ministerial post and Tejasvi Yadav as his deputy. The latest episode that verifies the cracks in Mahagathbandhan is the resignation tendered by RJD leader Sudhakar Singh. The RJD leader created a furore by terming that there were many thieves in the ministry and by virtue of him being the minister, he was the Sardar. Sudhakar had also compared Nitish Kumar as a bhikmanga, which means a beggar, and said that he has no standing of his own. The RJD MLA demanded that Kumar should immediately step down and offer the CM's post to Tejasvi Yadav. After such remarks, when Tejasvi Yadav was asked about his next move, he said that party would take disciplinary action against Singh and labelled the matter as serious. However, later in the day, in a bid to assuage Sudhakar and Jagadanand Singh, Tejasvi's brother Tej Pratap Yadav reached to Patna-based headquarters of the party and presented a bouquet of flowers to Jagadanand Singh and even shared pictures on social media. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Alright, in more news break coming in, this one from Coimbatore, where the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Coimbatore, intercepted 6 passengers on Sunday who brought gold in concealment from Sharjah. The total quantity of gold seized is said to be 3.54 kgs and is said to be valued at 2.5 crore rupees. The visuals there on your screens of the mega bust, DRI bust, busting gold smuggling racket from Coimbatore. We're given to understand that one person identified as Muthu Kumar has also been arrested, and the investigation is underway in this case. But big seizure there, gold amounting to over 2 crore rupees was seized by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Coimbatore. Alright, we'll try and go across to Varshini as well for the latest on that, but the details that are just trickling in that the seizure has been made in Coimbatore. Varshini is joining us. Varshini, give us more details on this racket, gold smuggling racket that was busted in Coimbatore.
Well, Samiksha, you see, the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence has intercepted 6 passengers who have brought gold in a concealment from Sharjah, and this had happened yesterday. And we hear that the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence have got a tip-off, and they had inspected and searched, and that is how they had found this concealment, which had almost 3.54 kgs valued of gold at rupees 2.05 crore. And we also hear that one person in this case has also been arrested, Muthu Kumar, who has been arrested, and further investigation as to who are these people, if they are interconnected, if it was planned and brought in, if it was smuggled, and many other angles are being probed in this matter. And investigation is also underway by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, and these people have other people are also in the custody. Therefore, they will be making more investigation and more. We would be getting more details out of this inquiry that is currently happening. So we, for now, know that these 6 people have been involved in smuggling gold into the country of almost 3.54 kilograms, and this is definitely a very important case that the police are looking into.
All right, Varshini, thank you for the moment. So we'll be closely tracking updates on that, but that's a mega seizure there that's been made in Coimbatore. Gold amounting to over 2 crore rupees that was seized by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. All right, that's all we have for you right now. Slipping into a very short break for now, but do not go anywhere. The Morning Express to continue on the other side of this very short break. Police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the top court today. Amid brawl between the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP over mayor elections, AAP seeks support of Congress councillors likely to hold protests as well.
I am Tunisha Sharma from Gujarat, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side, and they didn't stop. They were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side, and they didn't stop. They were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Here's a look at the top headlines we're tracking here this Monday morning. The PMO intervenes, holds a high-level review meeting on the Joshimath situation. Uttarakhand Chief Secretary briefs the PMO on the situation. NDRF and SDRF are rushed to Joshimath. The NDMA and Border Management Secretary to visit Uttarakhand today. Police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court. Prime Minister Modi in Indore today to mark the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. Amid the brawl between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over mayor elections, the Aam Aadmi Party seeks support of the Congress councillors likely to hold a protest. Well, we cut right across to news that we are getting. In the harassment case probe against Sandeep Singh, the ex-minister now has finally joined the investigation and was quizzed by the SIT for nearly 7 hours. Now, 2 mobile phones of Sandeep Singh were seized, and the SIT questioned Sandeep Singh yesterday at the Sector 26 police station. Now, do remember that he had been asked to vacate his portfolio as the sports minister. However, he continues to still remain a minister with other portfolios. Now, we are given to understand is that the police, of course, that have now formed a SIT to probe this incident, questioned him for nearly 7 hours yesterday. Now, Amandeep is reporting on this from Chandigarh. Let's go across live to him. Amandeep, good morning. Amandeep, give us more details in terms of the questioning that happened for about 7 hours. All right, I think we have some trouble with the audio connection with Amandeep over there. We'll just fix that and go back to him. But here's what we know so far. Now, in this investigation, of course, this is the first time that the minister is being quizzed, and that was one of the questions that had been raised as to why someone who has been booked under very stringent sections of the Indian Penal Code has still not been questioned. But we are told that he was quizzed by the SIT for nearly 7 hours yesterday. Do remember that he faces sexual harassment charges. 2 mobile phones of Sandeep Singh have been seized, and the SIT have questioned him yesterday at the Sector 26 police station. Now, the victim in this case, of course, was taken to the spot of the alleged crime, and she has been questioned for several hours by the SIT in order to establish the sequence of events as they unfolded. There was some Snapchat details also that were gathered by the police in this investigation so far. So the ex-minister, of course, has been quizzed by the SIT that has been formed to investigate this case. Now, what remains to be seen, of course, is how this investigation goes forward. I'm going to try and go back to Amandeep in just a bit to get us more details on what has happened. This, of course, is a case which has, of course, caused a great deal of political back and forth also. Now, do remember that the Haryana Chief Minister, while dismissing him as the sports minister, did say that these are just allegations and they need to be proved. Now, in sexual harassment cases, what usually happens is that most of these offences are non-bailable. The person should ideally be questioned very, very quickly, and thereafter, of course, the investigation proceeds forward. But in this particular case, we have seen that the person who accused him of the sexual harassment has been questioned several times by the police. Now, moving on, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in Indore today to attend the ongoing 3-day Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. Yesterday, Prime Minister Modi tweeted that he is looking forward to being the vibrant city of Indore to mark the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. Notably, the Bharatiya Divas is being organised in person after a gap of nearly 4 years, and the first one after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic.
The 17th Pravasi Divas started on Sunday in the city of Indore. It is a 3-day program which will formally be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on 9th of January. Ahead of the event, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar was seen arriving in Indore. The first day of the program focused on the youth Indian diaspora. At the lamp lighting ceremony, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Union Ministers Anurag Thakur and Nishit Pramanik were also present. The External Affairs Minister then addressed members of the Indian diaspora. Some of the participants seemed very enthusiastic about the entire program and shared what it meant for them to be participating in the program. The Pravasi Divas will be held in the backdrop of India's G20 presidency. There was an exhibition on the display. Presidents of countries with a high Indian origin population like Suriname and Guyana were also invited. The last Pravasi Divas was held completely in the virtual mode due to the COVID pandemic. This year's occasion is set to see a relatively larger gathering. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Well, a couple and their friend have been arrested for allegedly murdering a 35-year-old man and dumping his body near Basapura,
bridge in the city. The accused are said to be residents of Uttar Pradesh. The victim has been identified as Nebashish Pal. The accused have been identified as Reena Gangesh from Uttar Pradesh and Bijoy from Assam. Now, pictures on your screen, I think, are from CCTV, which has captured the footage of what happened. We are given to understand that the accused had shifted the victim's body on a bike, and this was captured on the CCTV. These are pictures that we are getting right now. A couple and their friend have been arrested for allegedly murdering a 35-year-old man and dumping his body at the Basapura road bridge in Bengaluru. Now, this is a shocking crime that has been caught on camera in Bengaluru. This image is of CCTV that has captured the details of how this couple and their friend seem to be dumping the body in Bengaluru. Now, I'm going to try and go across to Prajwal. All right, so we'll go across to Prajwal in just a bit, but the accused in fact, we are learning that they had killed him somewhere else allegedly, and thereafter they shifted the victim's body on a bike, and this was captured on CCTV. Now, the accused are said to be residents of Uttar Pradesh, and the victim has been identified as Nebashish Pal. Prajwal has more details on this. Prajwal, good morning. Tell us more about this horrific crime that appears to have been caught on CCTV.
Good morning, Nupur. Now, we are learning that this particular crime has taken place in Electronic City police station limits, and it is being understood that the victim and the accused Reena had an extramarital affair, and the victim in question, Nebashish Pal, also forced the accused Reena to sleep with other men for money as well, and he used to physically abuse her. At which point of time, Reena has gone on to inform her husband Gangesh about this incident. Both these accused, the couple, are from Uttar Pradesh, and one of the couple's friend Binoy, who helped in transporting the dead body and dumping it off at the Basavapura junction in Nice Road, is said to be a resident of West Bengal, and this has happened since the past 4 to 5 months, and now it is being learnt that Reena had complained. Reena had gone on to complain to her husband, after which they had given drugs to Nebashish Pal, and after he fell unconscious in their house, they have choked him to death. After choking him to death, all the three accused have moved his dead body, and Reena has moved from her house, and she's gone to an unknown location, and on a two-wheeler, both Bijoy as well as the accused Gangesh have taken Nebashish Pal on the two-wheeler, and this has been captured on the CCTV footage. And after the day of the crime, the accused have fled to Shimoga district to a place called as Shikaripura, and then when the cops have gone on questioning those people, the neighbors, they have informed that they had left in a van, and later the police have tracked down the van in which the accused had left, and from the driver of the van, they learned to know about the details of the accused, that they had been dropped off to Shikaripura, and the Bengaluru cops within 48 hours have gone on to crack this case, and there has been a case of murder which has been registered at the Electronic City police station. Over to you, Nupur.
All right, Prajwal, thank you very much for joining us with those details. So, as Prajwal was pointing out, of course, investigations have picked up a steam in this case. And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Now, the political face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party continues to escalate days after the all-out ruckus in the Delhi civic body ahead of the MCD mayor elections. The Aam Aadmi Party will continue to stage a dharna outside the LG's house today. The AAP has also sought support of the Congress councillors. After the high-level PMO meeting with the NDMA and the Uttarakhand government, I beg your pardon, members of the Border Management and National Disaster Management Authority will visit Uttarakhand today. Meanwhile, the SDRF and the NDRF teams have been rushed to the site to carry out relief and rescue work. As cracks on walls, buildings and roads and landslides continue to baffle residents of Joshimath, police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster are going to be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will mark the 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in Indore.
In a tweet, the Prime Minister said that the event will be a great platform to deepen the connect with the Indian diaspora. Over 3,500 diaspora members from nearly 70 different countries have registered for the mega event. As the probe in the Air India P-gate continues to widen, 2 crew members are likely to join the probe today, while the police is also trying to approach the passengers who were present during the incident. Meanwhile, the Delhi police has summoned 9 crew members for questioning. The Supreme Court will hear fresh petitions seeking an independent probe by a special investigation team into the Bihar Hooch tragedy, which claimed at least 30 lives. The Karnataka government has clarified the state's tableau did not get the chance to take part in the Republic Day parade this year. This comes after the union government's guidelines providing opportunity to states that took part the least number of times during the last 8 years. Tunisha Sharma's mother has made yet another claim, accusing co-actor Shizan of not taking her to a nearby hospital. Tunisha's mother claimed that she was breathing and could have been saved if she had been taken to hospital on time.
शिजान और टनीशा के बीच में वो 15-20 मिनट में क्या हुआ है, ये तो उस वक्त वो दोनों थे वहाँ पे, और ये सुसाइड भी हो सकता है और मर्डर भी हो सकता है। वो इसलिए मैं बोल रही हूँ क्योंकि शिजान जब उसको लेके गया हॉस्पिटल, वो इतनी दूर लेके गया है जो कि सेट के पास 5-5 मिनट पे हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, नज़दीक हॉस्पिटल पे क्यों नहीं लेके गया? मेरे को इसका जवाब चाहिए। वो उसका सांसें चल रही थी, वो बच सकती थी।
You are watching Republic TV, and coming up next, police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster will be made in the Supreme Court today. And amid the brawl between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over mayoral elections, the Aam Aadmi Party seeks support of the Congress councillors likely to hold protests.
I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
Welcome back. Now, thousands of Israelis have taken to the streets to protest plans by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's newly formed government that they say threatens democracy and freedom. Now, the protesters gathered in the city of Tel Aviv days after the most right-wing and religiously conservative government in the country's 74-year history was sworn in. It plans sweeping reforms, from expanding illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank to weakening the power of the judiciary.
Thousands of protesters took to the streets. The protests were against the plans made by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's new government that opponents say threaten democracy and freedom.
We are here today, thousands, hopefully for Arabs and Jews, coming to Tel Aviv to demonstrate against the government that has been formed. This government brings extreme people to the government in Israel, and we can see right now many laws being advocated for against LGBTQ, against Palestinians, against larger minorities in Israel.
The protesters gathered around in the central city of Tel Aviv days after the most right-wing and religiously conservative government in the country's 74-year history was sworn in. Anti-government banners and signs were held that said Palestinian lives matter. Protesters even waved rainbow flags.
We are really afraid that our country is going to lose the democracy and we are going to dictatorship just for reasons of one person which wants to get rid of his law trial, and it is just sad. It's so selfish. It's really incredible that our country, at my age, I am 77 years old, and I fought 3 wars, and I think this country is going to a disaster.
According to sources, the protest was led by left-wing and Arab members of the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. They contend that proposed plans by new cabinet will hinder the judicial system and widen societal gaps.
ממשלת ישראל ה-37, שבאה לעולם לפני פחות משבוע, נחושה ללכת בכיוון המתאים כדי לבסס את קיומנו ועתידנו כמדינה יהודית ודמוקרטית בארץ אבותינו, ארץ ישראל. גם היום נחוצה לנו רוויזיה לאומית. במקום חוסר מעש, נקדם מדיניות עתירת מעש, מדיניות נמרצת, מדיניות אחראית, מדיניות לאומית.
Critics accuse the government of declaring war on the legal system, saying that the plan will upend Israel's system of checks and balances and undermine its democratic institution by giving absolute power to the new governing coalition. Meanwhile, protesters also call for peace and coexistence between Jews and Arab residents of the country. Agency Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, the PMO intervenes, holds a high-level review meeting on the Joshimath situation. And the PM is set to inaugurate the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in Indore today.
This is Samiksha Srivastava reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
A huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these two are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and
at least 40 people were killed and dozens injured in a bus crash in central Senegal. The collision happened in Ginbi village, where at least 85 people were seriously wounded. Supporters of the former Brazilian president Jair Bolsonaro have refused to accept his electoral defeat and stormed the Congress, the Supreme Court and the presidential palace in Brazil. Thousands of demonstrators bypassed security barricades, broke windows and invaded all 3 buildings. US President Joe Biden arrived at the US-Mexico border for a first-hand look at the border security. Biden is expected to meet with border officials to discuss migration as well as increased trafficking of fentanyl and other synthetic opioids. Prince Harry has claimed that his new memoir that he killed 25 people in Afghanistan. This has reignited anger in the country over widespread civilian deaths in British and US coalition-led airstrikes. Unrest continued in Peru as protesters kept up rallies against the interim president Dina Boluarte. Protesters in the southern city of Jualca took to the streets, bringing Boluarte's asking her to resign. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. And amid the brawl between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over mayoral elections, the AAP seeks support of Congress councillors.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side, and they didn't stop. They were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic. I'm Rukma with you, and our top focus this morning, this Monday morning, is as we begin a new week, is the Joshimath crisis. We'll be taking a look at in details at that and discussing with experts on the show as well. But first, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at the start. It's an emergency in the hills as Joshimath residents face bitter cold and a sinking tragedy. NDRF and SDRF teams rushed to Joshimath NDMA and Border Management Secretary to visit Uttarakhand today. Please seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court. Big political fight of exclusion of Karnataka tableau for Republic Day parade. Government clarifies, but Congress continues to politicize. Prime Minister Modi in Indore set to inaugurate Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. And BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party face-off intensifies as the Aam Aadmi Party now appeals to Congress councillors in the MCD. Mega showdown expected in the national capital. Welcome once again, and our focus, as I was telling you, is the Joshimath crisis. With winter at its peak, tragedy could not have come at a worse time for the residents of this picturesque town situated at an elevation of over 6,000 feet. With temperatures hovering almost near the zero mark, people here have been forced to battle fears about their future in the biting cold as their homes and lives crumble before their eyes. Prime Minister Modi has been monitoring the situation, and NDRF and SDRF teams have been rushed to the spot. And joining me now is my colleague Anuj, who's there on the ground, even as Joshimath, majority of Joshimath in Uttarakhand is being said to be crumbling. The lives of people in danger, even as the government doing its best in a last-ditch effort, evacuating people. But Anuj, it's over to you to give our viewers a sense of what's happening now. What is the condition as far as experts are saying? What is the actual, the sight you see before their eyes, you've been seeing before your eyes these past few days?
Well, let me tell you, Rukma, that the people of Joshimath are still in fear, and the situation remains tense. Let me give you the sense once from where I'm reporting, and we can see the condition what is happening over here. We do understand, as we are reporting from last 4 days and seeing what exactly the condition at this point in time is, and we can see how the building is shifting from its place now. We have seen several cracks on the roads. We have seen several cracks on the walls, on other buildings in the hotels. So this exactly is the condition where this has been stated very much clearly by the administration that there is no option for the people now, but they will have to leave. They will have to leave their houses. That is something what we are seeing. Let me also give you the sense from this particular house where we can see the numbers of cracks. You can clearly see these people are shifting their house now. They are not left with any other option but to leave their house. This is the red mark which has been put in now over here, and this is to indicate that yes, this is one of the affected property. Let me go down and ask my video journalist to give you the sense clearly that what is being happening here. And if we talk about the cracks, then I can see all over. I can see the cracks. What is happening? We'll try and talk to someone to understand if we can get a sense.
इधर से पूरे दिखाओ क्या कर रहा क्या बोल रहा सही जोशीमठ वैसे ही हो रहेगा क्या कहाँ जाऊँ खाली कमरे में रख रहे हम सामान ये पूरे जाने वाले हैं नीचे
अभी आप लोग को क्या बोला गया माता जी कि यहाँ से अब खाली करके
खाली कर दो ये 10 बजे को खाली कर दो हम यहाँ सील करेंगे सरकार ने 10 बजे को आज 10 बजे के तुम जितने सामान साफ सकते हो ले जाओ नहीं ले जाना तो यहीं रख लो यहाँ तुम्हारा सामान कुछ नहीं हुआ तुम्हारे लिए व्यवस्था हो जाएगा तभी तो है नहीं कमरे कहीं है नहीं हमारे व्यवस्था के लिए अब देखेंगे शाम तक क्या बोलेंगे
कौन कौन है आपके परिवार में जो अब
हाँ बहू है बुढ़े है बच्चे है लड़का है
तो फिर बाकी सब सामान यहीं छोड़ के जाना पड़ेगा
11 दिन में हम कहाँ जाऊँ 11 दिन अब सरकार बोल रही वहाँ कमरे ढूंढ रहे बोल सर सामान को रखो तुम और गाय है गाय बच्चे को भी कहाँ ले जाना हम लोग तो इधर उधर चल जाएंगे तो गाय को कहाँ ले जाएंगे यही मुश्किल होगा दूध देने वाले है यहीं पर है अब कर रहे हम इधर उधर सामान क्या करना सरकार भी हमारी मदद कर रही है वो हमारे मेंबर नितिन व्यास वो भी हमारे सामान के लिए सुरक्षा के लिए वहाँ जाओ बोल रहे हम सोच रहे अपने घर कैसे छोड़ेंगे इतनी संपत्ति कैसे कैसे बनाया हमने ये परसों डाला हमने ये लेटर ये एक लड़के के लिए इधर हो जाएंगे एक लड़के के लिए इधर हो जाएंगे हमने अच्छा ये सोचा लड़का एक साथ कहाँ रहते परिवार अलग अलग बड़े परिवार हो गए अलग अलग रहते ये उनके लिए सोच रखा था लड़का आया फौजी उन्होंने पैसे यही लगा दिया। अब उनके न घर के न घाट के रहे वो भी, और हमारी ये तीन ने बढ़ा रखा था ये। तो क्या मुश्किल हो गई, क्या करना, क्या हो गई पूरे जोशीमठ को हमारे, कहाँ जाओ हम लोग हैं। अभी तो हम नगर पालिका ये तहसील वाले तो देंगे हमको, तब फिलहाल कहाँ जाएंगे, भविष्य में कहाँ जाएंगे हम, यही चिंता हो रही है। इसी चिंता के लिए हमको रोने आए। सरकार ने बहुत गलत कर रखा, जो ये एनटीपीसी वाले दिया ये सुराग नहीं होना चाहिए थे, वो पुराने लोगों ने दे दिया। अब हम लोगों को परेशानी हो रही, पुराने लोगों ने पता नहीं क्या क्या बोला, क्या हमको पता भी नहीं है। तो ये तपोवन से और ये लंग से बंद होने चाहिए, बिल्कुल कभी नहीं खुलना चाहिए, खुलना ही नहीं चाहिए सुराग।
एक बार अगर आप हमें दिखाएं कि कहाँ पे क्रैक आया
हाँ,
है,
चलो
कहाँ पे we'll go ahead and we'll see it and we'll understand it. We do understand that what exactly the pain within these people is, because they are not left with any other option. They are not having any other option, but they have been asked clearly that by 10 they will have to leave. By 10 they will have to leave everything in their house and they will have to move. This exactly is the place which has been shifted. That is something what we are seeing. Look at the space. Because this is the wall which was attached earlier. Now this has been shifted. So this is horrible condition. This is very scary. What we are seeing at this point. Look at this crack. This is something what we are seeing at this point in time. Look at the crack and look at the condition what is happening. So this exactly is the situation on the ground. People are in fear, but they are not left with any other option but to move. And yes, as been pointed out, as I show you the mark there, the red mark, now this particular property has been listed, has been marked that yes, they will have to move till 10, the time is giving, and they will have to move to the shelter place. Yes, back to you.
Well, many thanks, Anuj, for joining us there. Stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. But right now, I'd like to go across to my guests on the show. Mr. Kailash Vasudev is Senior Advocate and Vice President, Supreme Court Bar Association. And Mr. Bimlendu Jha, who's an environmentalist and founder of Swecha from New Delhi. A very warm welcome to both our guests on the show. First of all, coming to you, Mr. Jha, when we talk about what's happening in Joshimath, well, it's been called subsidence, if my pronunciation is correct, and cracks are appearing on the walls of people's houses. As an environmentalist, what is your opinion? Was this a disaster just waiting to strike this ancient city, this holy city?
Absolutely, and we need to realize that this is something that was in waiting for years together, and this is, by the way, in 2023, we're talking about Joshimath. This is going to be the plight of many cities and many areas of Himalayas, because if you look at the way unplanned development has actually happened, of course, we wanted infrastructure, of course, we wanted broader roads, of course, we wanted better electricity and hydroelectric power plants, but imagine we didn't even realize, we didn't do our due diligence or understanding of ecological vulnerability that Himalayas has. And by the way, many experts, not just the residents, many experts for more than a decade have been asking the government to slow down, because this is not, if your idea on paper of a great infrastructure is beautiful, but unless and until the carrying capacity of the region matches with what your design is, it will be a Joshimath-like situation. And by the way, as I was telling you, that Uttarakhand and parts of Himachal as well, as in the entire Himalayan region, has seen that kind of a fragile ecosystem where every expert has said that think before you move so much. We need to really, the idea of a tunnel, digging, it's not just an infrastructure and machinery. The prowess of machinery is not to be tested here. The carrying capacity of the Himalayas has to be really kept in account. And in this, we have tested the capacity of the entire region, despite knowing what lies underneath. and how this can perhaps lead to several disasters. We've seen what happened in 2013. We've seen what happened in 2017, 2020. We've seen so many cloudbursts. But despite that, in our madness, in our conquest, in our arrogance to really tame the nature, we've arrived at a sinking Joshimath. And unfortunately, there'll be many, many more cities and towns and villages in Himalayas which will actually sink if we don't pause now. Although I feel that it's too late, because a lot of damage is already done. There are more than 60 tunnels that the government is actually planning to build all across Himalayas. We're talking about a railway project. We're talking about a Char Dham project. We're talking about underpasses. We all almost destructed the Himalayas in our arrogance.
Right,
we
sir.
think
Mr. Jha, we'll be coming to you in detail about the kind of allegations that are now being leveled from on the NTPC, on various other massive projects, that hydropower projects. That's what we are hearing. That could have been responsible. Then all the Char Dham route and all the road building that has now been brought to a halt. But at this point, I'd like to bring in my colleague Anuj, who's there on the ground in Joshimath. Anuj, we have with us Mr. Kailash Vasudev, who's a legal expert. You can ask him any legal questions you would like to ask. And we have with us Mr. Bimlendu Jha, who's an environmentalist. We just heard him speak. It's over to you, Anuj. Anuj would like to ask you some questions.
Morning. What would I say, that when I'm talking to the people over here on the ground, they are saying this is not a one-day game. This has not happened in a day. But this was the warning which was given to the administration here, and even the administration was noting it, that what exactly is happening on the ground. But then also there was no precautions, or rather it was not stopped. The people complaining here that they are seeing numbers of blasts again and again happening. So what do you say on that?
Right. Senior Advocate Mr. Kailash Vasudev, we'd like you to answer at this point to the question that Anuj has asked.
Thank you. Good morning. The fact is this: insofar as the development of an ecosystem or an environment is concerned, you have the acts which come into play: the Air Act, the Water Control, the Pollution Act. All these things are an interplay between each other. Unfortunately, today, in our greed to create things which are materialistic in nature, we are fighting nature. Let's take in point this particular area of Uttarakhand. Since 2004, this has become an area which has been subject to floods and the like. See the 2021 floods, 6,000 people died. Now, when you're coming in for infrastructure projects, starting from the Bhagirathi up, starting with the Teri Dam, these are areas which are potentially dangerous for the environment. They have continued to exist, and from 2006-8 onwards, the number of small power generating units on the river, called the run of the river or the dams, have increased in number. This creates water shortage. It has diverted hundreds of kilometers of water streams in different directions. That is not the natural intent. In addition, rampant building, huge constructions as against the normal hill constructions which were not weight oriented. If you see the image you're seeing right now is a concrete building. The earlier buildings were not made of concrete, they were made of shale. They were not 3 to 4 stories high, but 1.5 to 2 stories high. So there's been a total change which has come about because of need, possibly a certain amount of greed by builders wanting to put in infrastructure. These are not contemplations which are permissible under the acts where you're supposed to protect the environment. What we have done is granted permissions of all kinds, given all sorts of clearances to build. Now see this truck coming on this particular road. There's a vehicle behind. Now these are kind of things which were not anticipated to take place in the Himalayas, which are a soft mountain. The Himalayas are sedimentary rocks, they are not igneous rocks. So therefore, if you take an overall situation, you are finding this in all hill areas, especially after COVID. Go and see Simla, see Dharamshala, see Nainital, Mussoorie. Mussoorie from Dehradun is now taking 3.5 hours to drive up. These are not contemplations which are correct. either for the environment or the safety of the people there. Till we don't pull up our socks, control ourselves, implement the law as it stands. Now here there's another caveat which I have, and a very powerful one. The powers under the Environment Act are very limited, and if they are there, they have never been used. There have been so many cases of pollution, so many cases of wanton pollution, but nobody has been sent to jail for violating environment laws. I am not aware of any case. The National Green Tribunal, there are a lot of directions, do this, do that, but no one takes steps to prevent pollution per se or to preserve the ecosystem. See any part of the country. Till we don't become firm on the implementation of ecosystem, protection of ecosystems and planned development, this is going to be a disaster. It has hit Joshimath, it will be hitting the Char Dham Yatra, it will be hitting all the hill stations. Start from the north, travel down from Dharamshala, all the way up to Darjeeling, you will find this. It is time the government pulled up its socks, rethought economy. Instead of building in this rampant manner, let us plan the whole area and protect the Himalayas as also the people who stay there. They're a unique combination.
Right. So Joshimath, Velsa, Kailash ji and Vimlendu, stay with us. We go back once again to the ground. We go back once again to Joshimath, where it's all happening. Anuj joining us once again with a resident. Anuj, we can see you have with you somebody who would like to speak through Republic to our viewers. It's over to you.
Well, exactly, Rukma, and the condition could be clearly seen what is happening, and people are having tears in their eyes because they have been asked to leave now. And that's something what we are going to talk to the man who is standing next to us. This is his house and he will have to leave it. So,
ये छूता है, ये और यहाँ से ये और यहाँ ये पीछे पूरा पूरा तोड़ लेने वाले और ये जैसे ये है ना ये नीचे चलो नहीं ये पापा में ये बनाकर हमें किसी क्या रहा और मैं क्या करे अब किसी मेरे को ये कहता हुआ अब जैसे कोई बात करता है और बाद में
अभी जाना है यहाँ से
जा रहे सर अभी कह रहे हैं कि वहाँ में ले जाओ अब कहाँ देंगे कहने नहीं पता नहीं अब याद ले लेंगे अब ये को पूरा खाली तोड़ देंगे.
Let me give you the sense. This is a room. This is a room in a house, and we can understand by seeing these visuals that what is happening on the ground over here. Look at the kind of cracks. Look at the movement of the ground. It has been shifted properly. And look at this particular crack. I'll ask my video journalist Sundar Shah to show this particular crack. See how much big this is. I can see that side also. This is the crack which is there in this particular wall. That is something what is happening, and people are now not left with any other option but to move, as the time limit has been already given, and they will have to move now. This is not limited to one residence. I'll ask my video journalist to pan a bit and show you that particular family which I can see from here. There you can see a red mark again. A red mark again. This particular house also has been listed. This has been also marked. They will also have to leave. They have been asked to leave, and they will be shifted. They will be evacuated to other places. That is something what we are seeing on the ground, Rukma, and the condition is not at all going to improve, but this is going to be going to go more worse. That's something what we are seeing. The walls could be clearly seen everywhere. I can see these kind of cracks in every part of this particular house. So that is why this particular house has been finally now marked. And see the cracks everywhere. Everywhere this is. And this is not limited to one or two places, but this is happening in almost more than 70% of Joshimath. What we are seeing at this point in time, there are cracks on the roads, there are cracks in the buildings, there are cracks in the houses, in the hotels, in temples, in mosques, everywhere this is happening. We'll go up, we'll talk to someone, we'll try and talk to someone if we can get more detail. But let me show you. Let me go upstairs and let me show you this particular area from where I'm reporting. Let me give you the sense, because now, as I'm telling again and again, this is not limited to one or two places, but this is happening in full Joshimath. Look at the people. Now they are leaving with their luggage. They are leaving with their luggage, I can see. People are moving from here. People have been asked, has been advised to move from this particular place. There you can see the movement. There you can see, I can see the people with the luggage. मैडम आप लोग भी शिफ्ट होने के लिए बोला गया है?
अभी हम गांव जा रखे थे।
अच्छा।
अब देखेंगे कि हमारे घर में कितने दरारें आ रखे। हम 4-5 दिन में गांव गए।
आपका घर कहाँ है?
हमारा घर भूंडार है। हमारा यहाँ मकान है। हम भी जब आपदा आए थे हमारे गांव में, तो हम यहाँ जोशीमठ में मकान लेकर के यहाँ बनाए। फिर बोले कि मकान में दरार आ गई, तो हम आज आए घर से।
So this exactly is the situation on the ground, what we are seeing. The people are not left with any other option but to move. They have tears in their eyes, but nothing could be done. That's something what we are seeing. Back to you.
So, well, that's the picture on the ground. Another home that's crumbling there, as Anuj just showed us, and cracks developing in so many homes. Coming to you, Mr. Jha, we just heard what Kailash ji was telling us about, a vision of the future. Nobody could have envisaged that this would be, trucks would come in, there would be so much vehicular movement, there would be so much building on that same ground. This is a very highly seismic zone. It's zone 5. That's what we're hearing. Also, the construction work that was going on around. What would you say? Suppose, everyone here was evacuated and is there, as an environmentalist, what can you tell us about, the kind of new ways that have developed so that, this can be avoided in the future? Also, in terms of legal relief, people have gone to court now. There's a case in court, in the Supreme Court, that will be heard today, that it be declared. What is the kind of relief that that is being sought?
Okay, so first of all, we need to understand that indeed these buildings and these constructions that Mr. Vasudev was talking about is illegal. It is not matching with the kind of infrastructure that should be allowed in a ecologically sensitive zone. But in all of this conversation, let's not forget that the largest violator or the main violator or the main accused in this disaster is not the people with some aspiration. And of course, they're wrong in building 2-story and 3-story houses. But this disaster is happening because of the government infrastructure projects and not because of these houses that's actually being built. So let's call a spade a spade. If you look at since 1976, Joshimath has been sinking. There have been cases of large-scale disaster that has taken place in the Himalayan region. And many experts have actually been talking about the Char Dham Yatra devastation in terms of the road, the all-weather road. So indeed, we want better mobility for citizens and for our armed forces. But is this the price that we are ready to pay? So first of all, when we talk about stopping or the design for new infrastructure, that rule does not only apply for the residents of Uttarakhand or of the Himalayan region. That rule, first of all, applies to the government that is the main proponent of most of the infrastructure projects. Right now, you were also talking about the NTPC project, the hydroelectric power plant project that we're talking about, that already had a disaster a couple of months or a couple of years ago. And we've seen that many experts are actually saying that the tunnel that was actually being built under Joshimath is one of the main for this particular hydroelectric power plant project is one of the main reasons why Joshimath is sinking. So we need to really go back and pause, and I think the government and the courts of our country need to really take a step back and understand that not just for Joshimath, but for the entire region, what Mr. Vasudev was also talking about, starting from Dharamshala to areas of Bengal, the entire area, we need to really look at what is the kind of infrastructure project that the government has approved and is undertaking, because each of them are not sensitive to the needs or the carrying capacity of the region. And maybe not in 2023, but in 2033, there'll be another Joshimath. And I'm giving 10 years time for another Joshimath to happen. But reality is that we will have many, many Joshimaths much before that, because the situation right now, the cameras are only showing one city or one small little town in the Himalayas. This is the same situation if you go to the entire Yamuna Valley or you go to Ganga Valley. There are many houses that are going down because of the kind of construction activities, the broadening of roads that has actually taken place, which is leading to landslides leading to really dumping of debris in the river, the kind of, the tunneling and the small dam projects. So all of that needs to stop. And this is not something that is done by the citizens. This is done by the government. And government needs to step down from this entire push for infrastructure. That's one. Second, from a legal point of view, right now, of course, there's a short-term remedy. Indeed, citizens, the residents of Joshimath need to be evacuated, because saving lives is more important, is paramount right now. But later, it is also going to be about saving livelihood and giving them adequate habitat. And that's where the government will have to come in. And this is not just about houses that actually have a crack, but houses that perhaps potentially will have crack also. So we're not only talking about houses that are visibly damaged, but houses that will actually get damaged in the future. They will also have to be taken into account, and there will have to be a rehabilitation policy for the residents, because, as we've seen crying, weeping people, and rightly so, because they've actually used all their livelihood, all their savings in the house, and now suddenly there's no house at all because NTPC wanted to tunnel them.
Right, absolutely. And coming back to our legal expert, Mr. Vasudev, it's very clear that there's one short-term legal remedy that, they have to be maybe compensated, adequate rehabilitation. So when we talk of relief, your very quickly, your thoughts, because we're running out of time, your thoughts on, the kind of legal relief that can be provided now that the case is in Supreme Court, and also about, when it comes to organizations like the NTPC, when it comes to, massive infrastructure projects that the government is undertaking, aren't they bound by certain laws of the environment as well when it comes to, their implementation? We'd like your thoughts on that.
It's like this. Insofar as these infrastructure projects are concerned, they have got to go through the concerned ministry. The concerned ministries approve these projects and then they're implemented. The sad part of it is that in the implementation committees which are there, most of them are bureaucrats without any environmentalists who can actually give correct advice. A bureaucrat does not know much about the environment, excepting what he has to carry out for the purposes of infrastructure development. Let us take, for example, this particular situation in Joshimath. Today, tomorrow, day after, these houses will collapse or they'll be pulled down. Where are you going to put all this debris? After all, what you call malba or debris is going to come from these buildings. Where are you going to keep it? How are you going to use it? Which more areas are you going to pollute? Coming to the second part of your question, rehabilitation of these people. Rehabilitation will have to take place on some ground. They have used every penny which they had for the purposes of building these houses. Where will you locate land in these eco-sensitive areas? What kind of properties will you build? Will you go back to multi-storied houses? Will you go back to single-story domains? Will you go back to situations where these people will be comfortably lodged once again? You saw that elderly gentleman who was crying because he was unwell. Where are you going to relocate these kind of people? What kind of properties? What kind of locations? What will happen to the rivers which flow by? Will you close this tunnel for the NHPC? Will you restructure the whole designs? Will you rework the entire outlay? You see, these are questions which are going to arise. And here, I think the court should realize that you are not supposed to give permission for everything which happens. One has to apply one's mind. There are so many directions given by the Supreme Court from 1992 onwards in the MC Mehta cases. They're all carried out in the breach. You spent thousands of crores on cleaning up the Ganges. Thousands. You spent thousands of crores in cleaning up the Yamuna. Today the Yamuna is still a sewage dump. The Ganges does not have water in the summer months. What are we doing on the ground? Kanpur, the distilleries, the tanneries, everything is in a mess. Why can't we, for God's sakes, wake up to these situations, look at a future of India, which will be better. In America, they've come up with the Wild and Scenic River Act. It does not permit the construction of dams on the rivers over there. It does not permit you to change the course of a river. This happened, I think, in '84, after the Hoover Dam controversy. Why can't we do those kind of things over here? Sand mining, look at the way they go about it. Rivers are dug up 30, 40 feet. The entire course is changed. We have mafia which drive over policemen, but we do nothing to the mafia. We encourage them. We encourage buildings. We permit them to supply sand in an illegal manner for all infrastructure projects. Where is governance? Where is authority? Where is there anything done for the purposes of preventing illegalities which lead to these disaster situations? If the governments can take responsibility, it will be a great thing. If the governments can't take responsibility, please don't govern. Let things sink like Joshimath is sinking.
Many thanks to both our guests. That's all we have time for. And many thanks to Kailash Vasudeva and to Vimlendu Jha as well for joining us on the show and for sharing your thoughts with us, which make the picture so much more clearer. Help us to understand. Of course, these are warning bells for the entire country. We also had with us Anuj, my colleague from Joshimath, giving us that first-hand information, showing us another house where cracks were developing, even as there's an emergency clearly in the hills of Uttarakhand. These are in the very close on the Himalayan belt of our nation, and many questions at this point that need to be answered.
A dense layer of fog has enveloped parts of North India. The schedule of about 480 trains and 25 flights has been affected. In Delhi, the minimum temperature has now dipped to 1.9 degrees Celsius. That is quite below normal that we see at this time of the year. In fact, Delhi's minimum temperature was lower than most places in Himachal Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. As per satellite images and available visibility data, fog layer has extended from Punjab and the adjoining northwest Rajasthan to Bihar, across Haryana, Chandigarh, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Here's a detailed report from Delhi's Akshardham.
दिल्ली में इस बार की सर्दी पिछले कई सालों का रिकॉर्ड एक बार फिर से तोड़ चुकी है। बता दें, अगर खासकर जनवरी महीने की बात करें तो जनवरी महीने ने तो पिछले 10 साल का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया है। इस वक्त हम दिल्ली के मशहूर अक्षरधाम मंदिर के सामने मौजूद हैं और सबसे पहले बिना कुछ कहे मैं आपको चाहूंगा तस्वीरें दिखाइए। देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है एक घनी जो है चादर, मोटी चादर कोहरे की, वो आपको साफ नजर आ रही होगी। अगर नॉर्मल डेज में बात करें तो यहाँ पर आप खड़े होंगे तो कुछ मीटर के बाद यहाँ से आपको अक्षरधाम मंदिर साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा, लेकिन विजिबिलिटी जो है इस वक्त की वो इतनी ज्यादा कम हो चुकी है कि खासा परेशानी का जो है लोगों को सामना करना पड़ रहा है। अगर इस बार के सर्दी की बात करें तो सर्दी लगातार बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। तापमान की अगर बात करें खासकर तो दिल्ली के कुछ इलाकों में तो 1.9 डिग्री सेल्सियस भी तापमान दर्ज किया गया है। इसी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए दिल्ली सरकार ने कुछ अहम फैसले लिए हैं, जिसको लेकर के जो दिल्ली के स्कूल हैं उनको 15 जनवरी तक बंद कर दिया गया है, जो कि पहले 8 जनवरी तक बंद था। अब उसको एक्सटेंड करके 15 जनवरी तक दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से कर दिया गया है। इसी के साथ अगर दूसरी तरफ दिखाऊं मैं इस तरफ की तस्वीरें, जो कि ये हाईवे है, तो यहाँ देखिए हाईवे की तस्वीरें, जो गाड़ियां हैं वो आपको साफ नजर नहीं आ रही होगी क्योंकि कुछ मीटर के बाद यहाँ पर भी आपको कुछ नजर नहीं आ रहा होगा, जिससे लोगों को काफी परेशानी जो है वो हो रही है। धीरे धीरे गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, ट्रैफिक जाम देखने को मिल रहा है। तो ये कई दिक्कतें जो हैं ये दिल्ली के लोगों को साफ इस बार के सर्दी में फिर से नजर आ रहा है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट संतोष के साथ विशाल पांडे, रिपब्लिक भारत, दिल्ली।
Well, of course, visibility continues to remain low as Delhi is covered in a layer of dense fog. Madhurima, my colleague, also sent us this report earlier.
Dense fog has enveloped the national capital. Right now I'm reporting from the Akshardham flyovers and as you can see right next to me as how the entire fog has engulfed the national capital. You can see that the visibility is really poor, causing traffic snarls as well. As you can see right to me is the Akshardham temple, but because of the dense fog it cannot be seen. I request my camera person to show you around as how the fog has caused the visibility to be compromised. There is just 200 meters of visibility according to the IMD in the national capital. The fog has now set down upon the national capital. You can see all across me, all around me, that the fog persists, causing the visibility to be very low. This is Madhurima Mishra with Vijay Surinder Rawat for Republic TV.
Well, from the national capital to Madhya Pradesh, intense cold wave is gripping North India. Here's an exclusive ground report from Bhopal that's been filed by Satya Vijay.
देश के साथ ही मध्य प्रदेश में भी कड़ाके की ठंड पड़ रही है। पूरा मध्य प्रदेश ठंड की चपेट में है और ऐसा बहुत कम होता है जब पूरे प्रदेश का मिनिमम टेम्परेचर 10 डिग्री सेल्सियस से कम हो और हालात यही बने हुए हैं। अगर पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में बात करें तो सबसे ठंडे रहने वाले जो जिले हैं वो नौगांव और उमरिया है, जहां पर की मिनिमम टेम्परेचर 1 के लगभग है। इसके अलावा पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि 10 डिग्री सेल्सियस से नीचे टेम्परेचर रहा। भोपाल में और भोपाल के अलावा प्रदेश के तमाम हिस्सों की बात करें तो शीतलहर अधिकांश जिलों में चलेगी, ऐसा मौसम केंद्र का अनुमान है। और इस समय मैं भोपाल के चूनाभट्टी कोलार इलाके में हूँ। यहाँ पर भी आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर अमूमन मॉर्निंग वॉक करने वालों का तांता लगा रहता था। बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर लोग मॉर्निंग वॉक करने आते थे, लेकिन आज चूंकि कोहरा है, शीतलहर है, इसलिए कम ही लोग यहाँ पर आपको मॉर्निंग वॉक करते दिख रहे होंगे, क्योंकि लोग घर से निकलने से बच रहे हैं और इसी के चलते यहाँ पर लोगों की संख्या कम है। मैम से मैं बात करूंगा, घने कोहरे में ये लोग टहलने निकले हैं। मैम, सर्दी तो काफी है, आप लोग फिर भी यहाँ पर?
हाँ, बहुत सर्दी है।
प्रिकॉशंस के साथ आप लोग?
हाँ, अभी स्कूल भी बंद है, वेडनेसडे से स्कूल खुल जाएंगे। अच्छा। और सर्दी ज्यादा रही तो हो सकता है 1-2 दिन और बढ़ जाए।
मैम, आप क्या कहेंगी? सर्दी तो काफी है, लेकिन आप लोग पूरा पैक होकर गर्म कपड़े पहन के मॉर्निंग वॉक?
जी 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 जी, बहुत हम लोग ये सब पूरा पैक करके आते हैं, तभी तो टहल पाते हैं, वॉक करते हैं।
और मौसम केंद्र कह रहा है कि सर्दी में 1-2 दिन बाद राहत मिल सकती है।
हाँ हाँ, मिल सकती है,
और कम हो जाएंगे सर्दी, ऐसा लगता है। हाँ,
चलिए, तो देखिए ये कुछ लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर मॉर्निंग वॉक करने आए हैं। ठंड है, कड़ाके की ठंड है, कोहरा है, लेकिन सेफ्टी के साथ ये लोग यहाँ पर मॉर्निंग वॉक कर रहे हैं। और जैसा कि प्रदेश भर की बात की जाए तो सर्दी का कहर तो है ही। सर्दी को देखते हुए पूरे प्रदेश में 10 तारीख तक 8वीं क्लास तक के बच्चों के जो स्कूल हैं वो उनकी छुट्टी कर दी गई है। अब देखना है कि 10 के बाद अगर मौसम बदलता है तो स्कूल्स की स्थिति तो बदलेगी, लेकिन फिलहाल पूरा प्रदेश ठंड की चपेट में है। शीतलहर ग्वालियर चंबल बेल्ट में ज्यादा है। इसके अलावा बुंदेलखंड का जो बेल्ट है वहां पर भी कुछ जगहों पर पाला गिरने की संभावना है। तो ठंड, इस ठंड में यहाँ पर आपको मैंने तस्वीरें दिखाई कि कोहरा, अब चूंकि थोड़ी थोड़ी धूप निकलना स्टार्ट हुई है। राजधानी भोपाल का जो मौसम है वो आज थोड़ा सामान्य है फिलहाल, लेकिन
All right, so intense cold wave, of course, gripping across North India. Pictures we are getting to you from Delhi. In fact, Delhi is been hit by a double whammy. One, of course, it's about 1.9 degrees, so extremely cold weather. And we are given to understand that the pollution situation is getting worse even as we speak. Now, the IMD, of course, has said that there is going to be an intense cold wave that has hit New Delhi. Now, as a reverberation to that, of course, trains all throughout North India are mostly delayed or have been cancelled. The Delhi government has decided to announce that schools in the city will remain shut till the 15th of January. Now, what we know as of now, of course, is that about 29 trains have been cancelled. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, we bring you more news, including it's a big political fight of exclusion of Karnataka taboo. The government clarifies, but the Congress continues. And the BJP versus AAP face-off intensifies as the AAP now appeals to Congress councillors.
I am Aneri Shah reporting from Hyderabad, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. Now, cutting across to Rajasthan, where in connection with the teacher recruitment scam, a coaching center is being demolished. Now, this after the coaching center that was run by the main accused in the teacher recruitment scam was sent about 4 notices. And thereafter, of course, we are given to understand that this coaching center is now being razed to the ground. There were alleged irregularities that were found at the coaching center. I'm going to try and get you more details in just a bit, but let's quickly listen in to a reaction that we are getting.
दिवस पूर्व हमारे अवधान में ये आया कि शिक्षक भर्ती परीक्षा पेपर लीक प्रकरण के मुख्य अभियुक्तों द्वारा संचालित कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट अधिगम इस बिल्डिंग में संचालित है। इस पर अविलंब हम हमारे जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण की तकनीकी और राजस्व टीम को मौके पे ला करके और रिकॉर्ड के आधार पर परीक्षण करवा करके और हमने इनको 32 जेडी एक्ट और 72 जेडी एक्ट के अंतर्गत नोटिस जारी करके और विगत दिवस के 5 बजे तक इनको हमने अवैध निर्माण हटाने को अपना पक्ष रखने हेतु इनको समय दिया था। कल प्रातः तक इन्होंने न तो अवैध निर्माण हटाना प्रारंभ किया न अपना पक्ष प्रस्तुत किया, तो पुनः हमने विगत कल को पुनः विधिक नोटिस हमने इनको दिया था इस आधार पे, लेकिन इनके द्वारा को न तो पक्ष रखा गया न कोई सहयोग दिया। इस पर आज हम विधि सम्मत कार्रवाई करके और इसका आज ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
All right, so the building over there being demolished by the authorities in Rajasthan. This is related to the Rajasthan paper leak case. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a break. On the other side, more news. Police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. Big political fight of exclusion of the Karnataka tableau. The government clarifies its stand, but the Congress continues to target the government.
I'm Nupur Talwar Suri reporting in Mumbai, and this is Republic.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. The political face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party continues to escalate days after the all-out ruckus in the Delhi civic body ahead of the MCD's mayor elections. The AAP will continue to stage a dharna outside the LG's house today. The Aam Aadmi Party has sought support of the Congress councillors now. After the high-level PMO meeting with the NDMA and the Uttarakhand government, members of the Border Management and National Disaster Management Authority will visit Uttarakhand today. Meanwhile, the SDRF and the NDRF teams have been rushed to carry out relief and rescue operations. As cracks in walls, buildings and roads and landslides continue to baffle residents of Joshimath, police seeking an urgent declaration of the Joshimath incident as a national disaster will be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will mark the 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in Indore today. In a tweet, the Prime Minister said that the event will be a great platform to deepen the connect with the Indian diaspora. Meanwhile, over 3,500 diaspora members from nearly 70 countries have registered for the mega event. As the probe in the Air India P-gate continues to widen, 2 crew members are likely to join the probe today, while the police is also trying to approach other passengers who were present during the incident. Meanwhile, the Delhi police has summoned 9 crew members for questioning. It is an emergency in the hills as Joshimath residents face bitter cold and a sinking tragedy. Prime Minister Modi is in Indore, set to inaugurate the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and
Now, taking note of violent protests in Brazil, Prime Minister Modi has tweeted on the incident and said, "We are deeply concerned about the news of rioting and vandalism against the state institutions in Brasilia. Democratic traditions must be respected by everyone. We extend our full support to the Brazilian authorities." This comes after hundreds of supporters of Brazil's former president have stormed seats of political, judicial and legislative power. President Lula has declared a federal intervention with thousands of troops on standby in Brasilia. Now, security forces, we are given to understand, of course, have for now regained control of the Congress in Brasilia after it was stormed by far-right protesters. Now, supporters of the ex-president Jair Bolsonaro also stormed the Supreme Court in the capital of Brasilia. Police had to fire tear gas shells and demonstrators wrapped the national flag and surrounded the presidential palace. Now, Bolsonaro, who is currently in the United States, of course, has said that essentially that this is wrong. However, his statement came only after thousands of his supporters from the far-right organizations actually went and not just demonstrated but entered these buildings, which included, of course, the Congress as well as the Supreme Court. You are with Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, more news, including big political fight over the exclusion of Karnataka's tableau. The government clarifies, but the Congress continues to question the government. And the BJP versus the AAP face-off intensifies as the Aam Aadmi Party now appeals to Congress councillors.
देखिए, तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side, and they didn't stop. They were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए, तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition.
The headlines at 10 this morning. Concerns over sinking Joshimath as the residents face bitter cold and a sinking tragedy. NDRF and SDRF teams rushed to Joshimath, NDMA and Border Management Secretary to visit Uttarakhand today. Police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court. Big political fight in Karnataka over exclusion of state's tableau for the Republic Day parade. Government clarifies, but Congress continues to politicize. Prime Minister Modi in Indore set to inaugurate Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. BJP versus AAP face-off intensifies as Aam Aadmi Party now appeals to Congress councillors in the MCD. Mega showdown expected in the capital. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic TV. I'm Rukma with you once again, and we start off this edition with breaking news that's coming in yet another mid-air incident. It's another mid-air incident, viewers, and it's just come to light. A passenger allegedly misbehaved with an air hostess under the influence of alcohol on an Indigo flight from Patna to Delhi. Now, this is a domestic flight, an incident on domestic flight. The incident was reported by Indigo's crew. And Harsha, for more details on this incident, Harsha, we're hearing about another mid-air incident, this time an air hostess of an Indigo flight from Patna to Delhi insulted by an unruly passenger. What can you tell us?
Exactly, Rukma. If we tell about this entire incident, this is a mid-year incident which has been reported yesterday late evening only. The Indigo flight which was coming from Patna to national capital. The two passengers, Rohit Kumar and Nitish Kumar, has been identified. They were drunk when they boarded the flight. They were completely drunk. They were not in their senses. They not only insulted the air hostess and the crew member, but they also indulged in a fight with fellow co-passengers as well. So this entire incident has now been reported at the airport police station, and the two accused, Rohit Kumar and Nitish Kumar, have been arrested by the inspector of the IGI police station, and the further investigation is being done in this entire matter, because Indigo reported that they misbehaved, they insulted, they were all drunk, they were not in their senses, they had consumed so much of alcohol before boarding the plane doing domestic. If we talk about domestic airline, the alcohol is not served in the domestic airline, but they were not in their senses. They had already consumed so much of alcohol in the airport themselves that while they boarded, they were continuously insulting four crew member and the air hostess of Indigo Airlines. So now the incident has been reported, and the further investigation.
Right, Harsha with us there and giving us more details. So passenger misbehavior reported once again. This time it was reported. The passengers, Harsha was actually telling us about two passengers, and they were drunk when they boarded the plane. That's what the news is as far as we know right now. We'll try and get more details as the day goes on. But right now we're hearing that the incident has been reported. Two passengers misbehaved with an air hostess. This was on a domestic flight. Another passenger incident of passenger misbehavior on an airborne flight, this time from Indigo. And Harsha telling on that story on the ground now. And And shifting focus now, with winter at its peak, tragedy could not have come at a worse time for the residents of this picturesque holy town, situated at an elevation of over 6,000 feet. With temperatures hovering almost near the zero mark, people here have been forced to battle fears about their future, in fact about their very existence, in the biting cold, as their homes and lives crumble in front of their eyes. Prime Minister Modi has been monitoring the situation, and the NDRF and SDRF teams have been rushed to the spot for rescue and relief work, for evacuation and relief work, in fact. And experts are now being brought in, and the opinion, general opinion that has been voiced by experts, whether it is from the Geological Survey of India or it is by various environmentalists and legal experts, the opinion is that it's rampant development, rampant mismanaged development, if we can call it that, without any vision, without any scientific basis, without any consideration for environmental factors, that has led to this kind of a crisis that residents of Joshimath, this town, the picturesque town that has so much history behind it, citizens now are being evacuated by the NDRF and the SDRF, and the case is also to be heard in the Supreme Court, most likely today. Anuj with us live from the spot there. Anuj, earlier this morning when we spoke, you showed us how that home was developing cracks, crumbling right in front of our eyes at this point. There must be so many such incidents around. Give us a sense of the general scenario, the general atmosphere there. It must be very heavy with sadness, very heavy with fear, even as we speak, because residents, as you showed us, were leaving. Where are they going?
Well, at this point in time, let me tell you, the picture is very much scary over here. Every house is having the cracks, even the roads are having the cracks. I'm moving toward these particular houses. In each and every house, let me tell you, there is a crack, and this has been marked now. This has been marked that they need to vacate it, they will have to leave, they will have to go. They have been told specifically there is no other option but to leave now. I'm moving toward a shop and a residence which is totally under this which is about to fall down, what we have been told, and he has been categorically told that he will have to move. Look at this mark. These kind of mark has been already put in air by the administration that these are the property which is affected now, and these people have been asked specifically to leave. We have been talking to several people over here, and they have tears in their eyes because they are not left with any other option. If we talk about the shelter.
And from Uttarakhand, we shift focus now to down south in Tamil Nadu, because there's some breaking news coming in. We'll be going back to the Joshimath story, but right now, news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where the assembly session has begun with the governor's speech. Those are visuals there from the Tamil Nadu Assembly following the ongoing tussle between the government and the governor.
1,000 as cash assistance, 1 kilogram raw rice, 1 kilogram sugar and 1 sugar cane to each of the 2.19 crore rice card holders in the state at a total cost of rupees 2,429 crore. The distribution has been inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister. I am confident that this will help the people of the state to celebrate Pongal, which is an integral part of Tamil society, with joy and gaiety. This government's deft management of Manda cyclone and northeast monsoon minimized damages in Chennai city to a great extent. In particular, construction of stormwater drains for a length of 261 kilometers, another flood mitigation projects worth rupees 1,335 crore in Chennai city and peri-urban areas were sanctioned by this government. And of these, 209 works were completed well before the onset of monsoon. Further, construction of 360 kilometers of high-priority drains of Kosasti Basin was completed on a war footing. As a result, major areas of the core city, which were severely flooded last year, witnessed minimal stagnation during this monsoon. The traffic disruption caused by heavy rains was largely controlled and the city was quickly restored to normalcy. I convey my appreciation to this government for its exemplary and effective management of the Mandal cyclone and northeast monsoon rains. This government, which functions on Mutamid Arinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, Tamil should flourish, is taking all steps to protect the rightful place of Tamil language. This government will continue to urge that all state languages should be.
The Congress party, the VCK party, the CPI, CPM, MDMK, TVM, all the alliance parties with the DMK government have staged a walkout condemning the governor's speech. This is a Tamil Nadu State Assembly that has been convened in the first assembly session of this year, and it was supposed to start with the governor's speech. And as usual, the governor had came to the State Assembly, and he was given a very warm welcome by the DMK government. And once he started giving out his speech in the State Assembly, all the alliance party with the DMK government have staged a walkout condemning his speech. They disturbed the speech. There was major commotion inside the State Assembly, and this is because the governor recently spoke, very controversially about how the Dravidian politics have made the state of Tamil Nadu go back 50 years, and also about how he has not given assent to any one of the 20 bills that are still sitting on the desk, in his desk, and majorly the NEET bill and the online rummy bill, which is costing lives in the state of Tamil Nadu. And also, this is also about how the governor is acting as a politician in the party and not as the in the state and not as the governor. Therefore, there are many issues, and for a long time now, there has been major, issues between the government and the governor, and the governor has been constantly making controversial speeches time and again. And now, since the recent speech about how the state should be named as Tamilagam and not as Tamil Nadu, definitely took a big hit on the people, on the parties, and that is why now all these parties are staging a walkout. And you can see they are shouting slogans against the governor. They are saying slogans about how this is Tamil Nadu and it is not Tamilagam. The governor should not be a politician, and how the parties are condemning his speech and will definitely not let him act as a politician in the state. That is what the visuals we are looking at. On one hand, the State Assembly session has begun with, and on the other hand, all these alliance parties have come out, have staged a walkout, and they are condemning the speech of the governor. They're not letting him speak in peace. Though the assembly is happening, all these MLAs who are in alliance with the DMK government have come out and are still shouting slogans against the governor, and are still speaking about how they will not accept this governor, and the center should take back the governor. The center should return the governor. He should not be inside the state Raj Bhavan, is what these parties are claiming and are asking. As you can once more take a look at these visuals, they are still standing in front of the State Assembly door. They have completely blocked the door, and they are raising slogans. They are shouting, and they are shouting slogans about how the governor is interfering in the state government's rule. We can also, and they are also speaking about how the governor is speaking about political things, and also giving controversial remarks about Dravidian politics, which has been the main government rule.
Varshini there outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Inside the scene is one of the governor, defined Arun Ravi, there speaking even as the lens is on this is his customary address for a very brief session. Members are seated inside, but outside, as Varshini was explaining to us, that's a protest, that's a walkout by various allies there who are upset over the governors who they believe should not play the role of a politician. There's a pendency of over 20 bills going across to Varshini once again. Varshini, it's over to you to give us a sense of what this means for the very brief session ahead.
See, as of now, we are seeing how the alliance parties with the DMK have come out, staged a walkout and are condemning the governor. We have Congress MLA Vijay Darni. Hello, ma'am. What is exactly what are you condemning today? Why are you boycotting the governor?
His Excellency, the governor, is today rendering his speech on behalf of the government of Tamil Nadu. However, the opposition parties have boycotted the speech for the remarks of His Excellency the Governor regarding Tamil Nadu and Tamilagam and the usage of these words. However, in my personal, even though we are protesting against, the opposition parties are protesting against His Excellency Governor on this issue. However, my personal opinion is Tamil Nadu and Tamilagam, the usage of words does not mean anything other than Tamil Nadu and the Tamil people. So both are same. However, the usage of the word in the context regarding a specific context does matter, and that is the reason the protests are happening. However, His Excellency now has started the speech and the opposition parties have walked out specifically in this regard. My personal opinion is I don't find anything different among the words. Tamilagam and Tamil Nadu is one and the same according to me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So that was a MLA, Congress MLA who has just walked out along with the other MLAs from the other parties in alliance with the DMK, which include the Vidudalai Sirithaigal Katchi, the CPI, the CPM, Congress, Tamilaka Valvurumai Kamchi, MDMK. All these parties have now staged a walkout. They were all come out condemning the governor and not letting him give us his speech peacefully in the Tamil Nadu State Assembly, which is convened now. Therefore, now these people are protesting in front of the door of the State Assembly, and they are condemning all his behavior from the recent past.
Well, Varshini with us and the governor there inside delivering his customary opening speech and for this very brief session of the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Joining me on the phone line is Kovai Satyam, AIA DMK spokesperson. Mr. Satyam, when we talk about the issues that Tamil parties have with Governor Arun Ravi, we'd like your reaction to what's happening in the Assembly today. It's a very brief session, but clearly the disruption has already started. Your thoughts?
Shows how desperate a ruling party and their allies are to build on a political narrative. And this is probably the first time that a ruling coalition party is staging a walkout on governor's speech. The norm is that the opposition parties will demand some explanations. They might stage a walkout. And we as an opposition, AIDMK, wants to be a progressive opposition. We are there in the assembly. But the ruling government ally is walking out stating that he has not given consent for the online gambling on time, wherein it is their ally, DMK, who has not passed the GO on time. They want to build a political narrative stating that it is the governor who is standing in the way of development of Tamil Nadu, and he is not hand in glove with the progressive thoughts of the DMK government. And that's what they are desperate about. That's the narrative they want to build.
Right. Right, Mr. Kovai Satyan. And even as the lens is on all the events as they're happening today, many thanks, Mr. Satyan, for speaking with the Republic. The lens is on what's happening outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. The governor R.N. Ravi there speaking inside the House.
Reclaimed. Due to constant monitoring by this government, the long pending projects Tamirabarani, Karumaniyar, Nambiar and Atikadau Avinasi are nearing completion. Tamil Nadu continues to be a top performer in various health indicators in the country. It has substantially reduced the infant mortality rate and maternal mortality ratio and has already achieved the Sustainable Development Goals for the year 2030 in this respect. To address the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases, Makkalai Thedi Marutuvam, a scheme was launched by this government to provide free home-based healthcare services at people's doorsteps. So far, 1.01 crore people have availed services in comfort of their homes under this program. This government had launched a noble scheme, Inuir Kapom, Nammai Kakum, Napatekter, a first of its kind initiative in the country to provide free emergency medical care to all during the first 48 hours of an accident occurring in Tamil Nadu. Under this scheme, so far 1.35 lakh accident victims have availed free of cost treatment worth rupees 120.58 crore in 679 hospitals across the state. As a result, countless precious lives have been saved. Recently, few countries have witnessed a spurt in COVID cases due to a new variant of Omicron virus. This government, which successfully handled the second and third waves of COVID in collaboration with the Government of India, has set up adequate health infrastructure in the state and has taken all precautionary measures to tackle future challenges. This government considers that the NEET exam system is highly disadvantageous to poor rural students and infringes on the rights of the state governments. A committee headed by Justice A.K. Rajan was constituted to study the issue. Based on the recommendations of the committee, a draft bill to exempt medical students in Tamil Nadu from NEET exam was passed in the Assembly and sent for presidential assent. Since all clarification requested, the bill have been provided this government seeks expeditious approval of the same.
So we're listening to the customary address by Governor R.N. Ravi there inside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Joining me is Varshini from outside the Assembly, from outside the House. Varshini, it's over to you. We believe dramatic scenes there of protests. Clearly, the DMK and its allies intent on pursuing this issue. We were just speaking to a leader of the AIA-DMK. They do not seem to be a part of this protest. They do not seem to have any objection to the governor and his comment on Tamilagam.
Well, absolutely, yes, the AIADMK party has not staged a walkout. They are still inside of the State Assembly House. As of now, it's just the DMK party, DMK alliance parties which are with the DMK government, including the Tamilaka Valvirimai Katchi, the Matimuka MDMK Katchi of Vaiko, the VCK party of Tirumavalavan, and the CPI, CPM, and also the Congress party, and all the, even the Manithinaya Makkal Katchi, and also even all the smallest parties have walked out. All the DMK alliance parties have walked out except for the DMK party, the government, and they are condemning the speech. They are talking about how Tamil Nadu is the name and they are proud Tamil Nadu. They are condemning the speech, saying that this is not Nagaland, this is proud Tamil Nadu, and these parties, we will not stay silent if you keep acting as a politician in the party, trying to do another parallel government in the state. This will not happen, and we will not allow you to speak in the assembly until you give assent to the important bills, even not everything, at least the important bills including NEET and online gambling in the first place, which has been still being a big issue in the state, and still the state government trying to ban the online rummy completely from the state. Therefore, this protest is currently happening right in front of the State Assembly door, and all the parties that I mentioned, which are in alliance with the DMK government, have staged a walkout. Every single one MLA of them have come out, and they are standing right in front of the door, and they're not moving anywhere, and they are protesting and shouting slogans in front of the gate to show how they are against what the governor is doing in the state of Tamil Nadu, and how they will not stand for it. And like you mentioned, the AIADMK party, though being a Dravidian party, when the governor passed a comment about how the Dravidian parties have taken back the state 50 years, it means that it includes that the AIADMK party is also a part of that. But the AIADMK party have not been participating in this protest. They have not moved out of the assembly. They are still inside and still, taking part in the state assembly. Therefore, once they come out, we will get to know what their reaction to this kind of a protest happening in the state assembly will be. Over to you.
Well, Varshini, you keep your eyes on that story. Many thanks for joining us there. And Varshini reporting live from outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly, which is gathering.
எங்கள் நாடு எங்கள் நாடு தமிழ்நாடு எங்கள் நாடு பிடிக்கவில்லை என்றால் வெளியேறு வெளியேறு ஆளுநரே வெளியேறு புறக்கணிக்கிறோம் உங்கள் வருகையை புறக்கணிக்கிறோம் திரிக்காதே.
Long live Tamil Nadu, and they are also condemning the governor. They are shouting slogans about how he's interfering in the state government, governance of the state government, and they're also raising slogans about how the governor should leave the state and how the center should take back the governor, and they are also shouting slogans about how this is not Nagaland, this is proud Tamil Nadu, and the people in the state are proud Tamilians, and this is not Tamilagam, and that they will not accept it. So they are continuously raising slogans about how he's not doing his job of working as a governor in the state. Rather, he's doing the job of how he is another politician. They are raising slogans for him to leave the assembly, to leave the state entirely. They are demanding why
Varshini, there from outside the Tamil Nadu Assembly, even as Governor R.N. Ravi delivering his customary address, DMK allies, they're protesting, even as this is happening in the backdrop of the tussle between the governor and the DMK that has been continuing for some time over the pendency of bills, over there's a war of words over various other issues as well, the latest being the Tamilagam for Tamil Nadu issue that the governor has, with his comment, erupted after the governor's comment on Tamilagam. Well, we'll be coming back to this and other news. Time now for a short break on the...
Online Ramiyal
And time now for a short break. As I was telling you, on the other side, more news on the pleas seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath sinking as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग FIR इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing
the NDRF and the STRF teams are rushed to Joshimath. The NDMA and Border Management Secretary will be visiting the town today. Police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court. Big political fight of exclusion of the Karnataka tableau. The government clarifies, but the Congress politicizes the issue. Controversy erupts in Tamil Nadu over the governor's Tamigalam remark. DMK and allies stage a walkout. The Prime Minister is in Indore, set to inaugurate the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. And the BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party face-off intensifies as the Aam Aadmi Party now appeals to Congress councillors. A mega showdown is expected in the capital. Good morning and thank you very much for joining us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, as forces intensify counter-terror operations, a drone intrusion has been foiled by alert BSF troops in the Gurdaspur sector of Punjab. A Pakistani drone tried to enter the Indian side, which was detected by the BSF troops. Following the standard operating procedure that's in place, BSF troops fired about 72 rounds on the drone. Searches are being conducted in the entire area. Right now, 22 villages are presently being searched jointly by the Punjab Police and the BSF. Now, do remember that the threat from drones has become a big one that security forces are continuing to battle each and every single day, almost on a weekly basis. Now we are reporting drone intrusions in various parts, not just of Jammu and Kashmir, but also of Punjab. Now pictures on your screen are of this latest drone intrusion that has been shot down by the BSF. Alert troops, of course, on the vigil for such intrusion, shot down the drone. We are told that 74 rounds were fired at the drone. Now, even though that the drone has been shot down, there is an intensive search operation that is on to try and figure out whether it was arms or narcotics that were being smuggled into India using these drones. Now, the standard operating procedure in this case, of course, is that teams of the Punjab Police and the BSF will now spread out in areas near this drone to try and identify what was the load that this drone was carrying, whether it was weapons or it was narcotics. So all of that, we are told, is happening even as we speak. Let's go across to Amandeep. He's reporting from Chandigarh. Amandeep, give us more details of what you are hearing from the BSF as well as the Punjab Police.
Well, Nupur, this drone was spotted last night twice, and in fact BSF fired around 74 rounds and even they have shot down the drone, and now the search operation is underway. And in fact yesterday night at 9:35 p.m. and even at 10:15 p.m. This was the two timings when the drone sortie was spotted by the BSF troops at the international border in Gurdaspur, and immediately they started firing after hearing the sound of drones, and even 74 rounds has been fired by the BSF, and even they have shot down one drone. And in fact now the search operation is underway to verify what kind of consignment that drone was supposed to deliver in the Indian territory, in the Indian soil as well. And even the BSF search operation is underway nearby the villages nearby the international border in Gurdaspur. And in fact another bid of Pak drone was foiled by BSF last night, just because Nupur, every single day, every second day, this Pakistani drones were spotted at the international border to deliver the drugs as well as the weapons consignment. And in fact another bid has been foiled by the BSF, but now BSF, with the help of local police, they are searching the area to verify who's the on-ground worker who is supposed to receive this consignment of drugs or the weapons, and where that consignment has been delivered at the Indian soil as well. So BSF is completely on the alert, Nupur, regarding this drone movement from the side of the Pakistan.
Absolutely. Amandeep, for the moment, thank you for joining us, but do stay with us. We're going to come back to you for more breaking news that we are just getting right now. We're now learning that the Punjab police a cop has been shot dead during a cross-firing with carjackers that occurred in Jalandhar. Let's go across to Amandeep to explain to us what happened. Amandeep, tell us more. What happened?
Well, Nupur, this incident reported last night when a car was snatched at a gunpoint in Jalandhar, and in fact immediately after that a constable Kuldeep Singh chased those carjackers, and in fact the carjackers started firing on the cop. And in fact after the cross-firing incident, 3 armed men assailants were injured, and even the cop has also received the bullet injury, and late night he has come to his injuries. And in fact 3 were injured, 3 accused were injured who will remain in the hospital. But this cross-firing happened just because that those people tried to jack the car on the gunpoint in the middle of the city in Jalandhar. And even now the Punjab government has also announced the ex gratia of 2 crore rupees to the martyr cop Kuldeep Singh, who is a youngster, who is a constable in Punjab police, and in fact he has also given the certificate of his bravery on the duty, as he has laid down his life in the line of the duty as well. But now further investigation is on that how this carjackers were connected to either any kind of gang, or it was just they alone wanted to snatch a car at a gunpoint, just because cross-firing for a car snatching is not a normal incident, and even the law and order situation has been completely collapsed. Firing, even the cross-firing with the police, is very much normal in the Punjab. So now Jalandhar police is further investigating the case after registering the FIR, and the injured accused were in the civil hospital in Jalandhar, and further investigation and the questioning is still on by the Jalandhar police to verify the facts, who they are and with which gang they have connected. Yes,
yes, absolutely. And obviously, Amandeep, once again, alarm bells ringing as to how these 3 assailants actually had a weapon. They fired at a policeman with such impunity.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. This is a big question. And in fact, when they have snatched the car on a gunpoint, and even this cop was chasing those carjackers from the heart of the city, and in fact, how they have started firing upon the cop as well. This is a big question. Are they really involved into a very serious nature of crime, or they are just the carjackers? This is the big question. And from where these arms are coming, from where they have getting these weapons, and how many weapons they are carrying at that point in time. These are the questions that need to be answered during the course of investigation. And now the police is investigating the entire matter. And in fact, the victim has also narrated the entire story, that how his car has been snatched at a gunpoint, and even when they started chasing, the cop was shot at, and in fact later come to his injuries. But now the police is investigating, and even the anti-gangster task force is also roped in for this investigation, that what is the operation they were planning in Punjab. Either they are armed for some kind of serious crime, or they are just the carjackers. So this is a matter of investigation. The further police is investigating.
Stay with us, Amandeep. We're going to come back to you. Let's go across to Mr. Sirsa, who's joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Sirsa, Good morning, Mr. Sirsa. Mr. Sirsa, obviously, there are questions going to be raised about how these petty criminals seem to have access to guns like this one, where, this constable was chasing them. It was appeared at least to be a carjacking attempt. However, they shot at the constable and killed him.
See, the situation in law and order problem in Punjab is decreasing day by day. It is so deteriorated now that the petty criminals can do anything. That is the worst part of Punjab now. Reason being because this government is handled by the uncrowned king of Delhi, that is Arvind Kejriwal. That is the reason because he do not know anything about the ground situation of Punjab. But he wants to enjoy the extra constitutional authority. And that is the reason that today Punjab situation is getting worse day by day. Now you see every day the people are killed, innocent people are killed, even the big names, maybe from a kabaddi or made from a big singer like Sidhu Moosewala assassinated and both them killed in the last couple of months. But knowingly, Punjab police, everybody knew that how strong this police is. But the only problem here is because the call has to be taken by none other than Arvind Kejriwal, so this is the problem in Punjab and things are getting worse day by day.
Right, Mr. Sirsa, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. So as Mr. Sirsa is pointing out, obviously questions are being raised about what's happening in Punjab. Now, just to tell our viewers about this particular case, we are told that this was a carjacking attempt that was made by 4 people. Now, this constable was trying to stop it when he was fired upon and shot dead.
ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਅਰਬਨ ਸਟੇਟ ਕੋਲ ਖੋਈ ਜੀ। ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ। ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਗਨ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਤੇ ਖੋਲੀ ਗੱਡੀ। ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ। ਗੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਪਏ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕਰਨੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਮੁੰਡੇ ਤੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ। ਅਨਪੁਆਇੰਟਡ ਵੀ ਟ੍ਰਾਈ ਟੂ ਚੇਜ਼ ਇੱਥੇ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕੇ ਕਾਂਸਟੇਬਲ ਕੁਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਰਿਸੀਵਡ ਦ ਬੁਲੇਟ ਇਨ ਕ੍ਰਾਸ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਮੋਰੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚਲਾਈਆਂ ਪਤਾ ਕੁਛ 4 ਕੇ ਜਣੇ ਸੀ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਣੇ ਸੀ ਜੋ ਗੱਡੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਖੋਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ? ਲੇਟਰ ਹੀ ਵਾਸ ਕਮ ਟੂ ਇੰਜਰੀਜ਼ ਐਟ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ। ਆਪਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਾਂ 2 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ। ਤੁਸੀਂ 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ? ਚਾਰਾਂ ਕੋ ਕਰਨ ਸੀ? ਦਿਖਾਈ 2 ਜਣੇ ਨੇ। ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ। ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ? ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਰੇਟਾ ਸੀ। ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ? ਮੈਂ ਘਰ। 2 ਵਰ ਕੈਰਿੰਗ ਦ ਗਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਸੀ। ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ। ਹਾਂਜੀ। ਤੇ ਦੋਸਤੋ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਚੱਲੀ? ਰਿਟਰਨਿੰਗ ਟੂ ਮਾਈ ਹੋਮ। ਪਿੰਡ ਸੀ ਜੀ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੱਚਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਰਾਹ ਚ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਿੱਛਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ। ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ। ਤੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਦੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਟੋਟਲ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਸੀ? 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ। ਇਹ 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ। ਇੱਥੇ ਐਸਐਚਓ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ ਨਾ? Well, the Punjab BJP's General Secretary Harjeet Grewal also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Grewal, good morning. Mr. Grewal, it's a little shocking with the as to how much impunity these petty criminals seem to have. Now, 2 of them, we are told, were carrying weapons. Questions also being asked about how easily available weapons have become to petty criminals in Punjab. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Mr. Grewal. We'll try and get him back in just a bit. But here's what we are getting in terms of the latest inputs on this story. We are told that 2 of these men who were involved in a carjacking attempt had weapons. I think Mr. Grewal is back with us on the phone line. Mr. Grewal, earlier I was asking you about, the fact that the law and order situation in Punjab seems to be worsening by the day. And I say that because look at the impunity at which these common petty criminals fired at a constable. And now we are getting more facts in the case that seem to suggest that at least 2 of them had weapons.
देखो पंजाब जो बड़ा पीसफुल स्टेट था उसमें जब से ये आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार आई है तो बहुत ज़्यादा गुंडागर्दी और इस तरह के गैंगस्टर्स के और इस तरह के अटैक बढ़ गए हैं और अब उनको पुलिस का भी डर नहीं रहा क्योंकि पुलिस का इन्होंने जगह जगह जो धरना प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं पुलिस के साथ लोग मारपिटाई करते हैं ये कोई एक्शन नहीं करने देते अपनी पेट बचाने के चक्कर में। डेमोक्रेसी एक विविधता की ठीक होती है उससे ज्यादा जब उसका दुरुपयोग हो तब थोड़ी सख्ती भी करनी चाहिए। ये इनएक्सपीरियंस गवर्नमेंट है और गैर जिम्मेदार लोग हैं और ये परफॉर्म भी नहीं कर पा रहे डिलीवर भी नहीं कर पा रहे। मुझे ये डर है कि पंजाब बॉर्डर स्टेट है कि इतने हालात खराब ना हो जाए जैसे पहले थे
तो फिर दोबारा ये ठीक होना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। उसमें पाकिस्तान को और जो पड़ोसी मुल्क हमारे खिलाफ साजिश करते हैं उनको एकदम मौका मिल जाता है इन बातों को, और वो पूरी तरह से लगे हुए हैं ड्रोन की भी है, जो है बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ रही है, ड्रोन आ रहे हैं।
Mr. Grewal, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there. That's a very poor audio connection we have with you. We can barely hear you. But as we are pointing out, of course, we are now, in this particular case, questions being raised as to how petty criminals seem to have access to these weapons. Also, the other side of the story, of course, is that this appeared to be a carjacking attempt where this young constable lost his life. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come on the other side, controversy erupts in Tamil Nadu over the governor's Tamigam remark. The DMK and its allies stage a walkout. And the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party face-off intensifies in Delhi as the AAP now appeals to Congress councillors for support.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition.
Look at what else is making news this morning. Two crew members of the Air India flight on which the man allegedly urinated on an elderly woman passenger are likely to join the police investigation into the case. The police are also trying to approach other passengers who were on the flight to get their statements. Nabi Yahya Khan was arrested for allegedly making a threat call to the Mumbai police regarding a 1993 blast-like explosion in the city. The police said that Nabi has a dozen cases against him and is also arrested once from Mumbai. The police are yet to ascertain the cause of the threat call. Further investigation in the matter is on. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence of Coimbatore has intercepted 6 passengers who brought gold in that was concealed from Sharjah. The total quantity of the gold that has been seized is 3.54 kgs and valued at about 2.05 crore rupees. One person by the name of Muthu Kumar has been arrested in the case. Further investigation is on. Days after a teenager shot a 50-year-old grocery store owner in Khurshida in Bhajpara in New Delhi, the 17-year-old accused has been taken into custody and a pistol has been recovered by the police. As per the preliminary probe that has been conducted, the accused had registered a case under sections 328 and 376 of the IPC and 4 POCSO Act sections against the victim's son in 2021. Further investigation is being carried out. The ex-Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh, who was booked for sexual harassment, was questioned by the SIT for nearly 7 hours at a Sector 26 police station. Now, 2 mobile phones of Sandeep Singh were seized and the SIT is questioning him today again. A couple and their friend were arrested for allegedly murdering a 35-year-old man called Nebashish Pal and dumping his body in an area in Bengaluru. The accused have been identified as Reena Ganesh from Uttar Pradesh and Bijoy from Assam. Due to low visibility at the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi, a flight of Air India Express from Sharjah to Delhi was diverted to Jaipur. Around 15 flights were delayed due to the ongoing weather conditions. Time for a short break. On the other side, police seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster to be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. And a big political fight of exclusion of Karnataka tableau, the government clarifies its position.
I'm Amandeep Dikshit reporting from Chandigarh, and this is Republic.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely.
Now, Punjab police constable was shot dead during a cross-firing incident with carjackers in Jalandhar. 3 assailants were injured and one managed to flee from the spot. 4 armed men snatched a car at gunpoint in Jalandhar. The cop, we are told, chased the armed men, and during the cross-firing that took place, the cop died in that. Now, let's go across to Amandeep. Amandeep, give us more details in terms of what the police investigation is now confirming in terms of whether all 4 of them had weapons or what their, also give us their antecedents.
Well, Nupur, 2 were engaged into the crossfiring, and in fact, when 4 cops started chasing these carjackers last night, all of a sudden they started opening fire on them, and in fact, 2 of the assailants were engaged with the firing, and even the cops has also crossfired on the accused as well, resulting 3 injured, and in fact, 1 managed to flee from the spot. But a loss of a cop is also reported in this crossfiring incident. Constable Kuldeep Singh was shot, and in fact he was come to his injuries during the treatment at a civil hospital in Jalandhar. This entire incident, Nupur, reported in the urban state of Jalandhar, which is the heart of the city, and late night when Avtar Singh, who was a victim of this carjacking case, his car was snatched at a gunpoint, and in fact immediately cops started chasing them. In fact, we can say that these cops were immediately swung into the action, and even without knowing anything, they have downed 3 of the assailants. But now, viewers, we are slipping into a very short break, but stay tuned for more stories on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath. There you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
A huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side, and they didn't stop. They were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army.
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV and news just coming in. We are now learning that the Bombay High Court has directed for the release of Chanda Kocher, the ex-ICICI Bank MD and CEO, in a case related to the loan that was granted by her. Now, the Bombay High Court granted interim relief to the former ICICI Bank MD and CEO Chanda Kocher and her businessman husband Deepak Kocher. The court has ordered their release in the plea alleging an illegal arrest. Chanda and Deepak Kocher were arrested on the 23rd of December, while Chanda Kocher, of course, is lodged in the Baikala district jail. Deepak Kocher is lodged in the Arthur Road jail. Now, do remember that the Bombay High Court had on Friday reserved its order on petitions that were filed by the former ICICI Bank Managing Director and CEO Chanda Kocher and her husband Deepak Kocher over the issue of alleged illegal arrest. Now, the Kochers, of course, had sought interim relief on the grounds that this arrest was illegal, and their advocates had argued that the CBI's arrest was arbitrary and illegal on grounds that she was allegedly arrested without compliance under Section 46(4) of the Criminal Procedure Code, as there had been no presence of a female officer during her arrest. Shawan Sen on the phone line with me. He has more details on this. Shawan, good morning. Give us more details in terms of what the court has said about their arrest. We do understand that they have been released as of now.
Well, in fact, this has come across with a big embarrassment.
All right, I think that's a very poor audio connection that we have with Shawan Sen. We'll try and get him back in just a bit. But as I was earlier saying, of course, the argument from the Kocher side has been that this was an illegal arrest where proper procedure was not followed. And we are given to understand that the Bombay High Court, which had reserved its decision on Friday, has now directed for both Chanda as well as Deepak Kocher to be released immediately. Chanda Kocher, of course, is lodged at the Baikala jail, and Deepak Kocher, we are given to understand, is lodged at another jail. Now, a Punjab police constable was shot dead during cross-firing incident with carjackers in Jalandhar. 3 assailants were injured and one managed to flee the spot after 4 armed men snatched a car at gunpoint in the city. The policeman, we are told, was part of a group of other policemen which were chasing these armed men, and in the cross-firing that resulted from the incident, Kuldeep Singh unfortunately lost his life. Let's listen in to some eyewitness accounts of what happened.
ਗੱਡੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਅਰਬਨ ਸਟੇਟ ਕੋਲ ਖੋਈ ਜੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਗਨ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਤੇ ਖੋਲੀ ਗੱਡੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਗੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਪਏ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕਰਨੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਮੁੰਡੇ ਤੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹਸਪੀਟਲ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕੇ ਹੀ ਡੈਥ ਹੋ ਗਈ।
ਛੋਟੇ ਬਾਈ ਜੀ, ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੋਰੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚਲਾਈਆਂ, ਪਤਾ ਕੁਛ?
4 ਕੇ ਜਣੇ ਸੀ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਣੇ ਸੀ? ਉਹ ਗੱਡੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਖੋਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ?
ਆਪਾਂ 2 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ 2? ਉਹ 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ? ਚਾਰਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਗਨ ਸੀ?
ਦਿਖਾਈ 2 ਜਣੇ ਨੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ। ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ?
ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਰੇਟਾ ਸੀ।
ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ?
ਮੈਂ ਘਰ ਆ।
ਅੱਛਾ, ਰਮਸਟ ਘਰ ਸੀ। ਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ? ਗੋਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲੀ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਚੱਲੀ ਸੀ? ਫਲੋਰ ਕਿੱਥੇ?
ਪਿੰਡ ਸੀ ਜੀ ਕੋਈ। ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੱਚਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਰਾਹ 'ਚ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਿੱਛਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ।
ਤੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਪਿੰਡ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ।
ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਦੀ ਗੋਲੀ, ਕਿੰਨੇ ਟੋਟਲ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਸੀ?
4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ ਜੀ।
ਇਹ 4 ਜਣੇ ਸੀ। ਐਸਐਚਓ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ?
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੌਣ ਸੀ। ਵਰਦੀ ਪਾਈ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੌਣ।
ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਦਾ ਕੁਝ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ?
ਚੇਸਿੰਗ ਦ ਅਕਿਊਜ਼ਡ
ਮਿਲ ਗਈ ਜੀ। ਬੰਦੇ ਫੜ
ਦੇ ਆਲ ਵਰ ਇਨ ਦ ਯੂਨੀਫਾਰਮ।
ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ ਕਿ ਭੱਜ ਗਏ ਸੀ? ਨਾ ਕੁਝ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ?
ਨਹੀਂ,
they have apprehended the accused, but then they started opening firing on the police.
All right, Amandeep, of course, is reporting on this story. Amandeep, questions are being raised about the lawlessness in Punjab over this incident, particularly given the fact that these gangsters, as they appear to be now, did have access to arms as well.
It's very common and it's very easy, Nupur. And in fact, not only the gangsters, the locals who were who involved into the petty crimes, even they have very much approach to these arms. Just because arms are very much common in Punjab, and every second youth is having and possessing the arm, and even the Punjab police have run such kind of drives against this brandishing of weapons and arms, and in fact, they have also registered.
Amandeep, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there, but do stay with us. Let's go across to Mr. Poonawalla from the BJP on this. Mr. Poonawalla, the big debate today about this story that's coming out of Punjab, which is extremely shocking, is that the impunity with which gangsters are operating in Punjab, and the impunity with which they shot dead this constable who was actually chasing them as a part of a team of the police which was investigating a carjacking attempt.
This has now become the norm ever since the Aam Aadmi Party government has come to power in Punjab. Nasha mafia and criminal gangs have got a complete free run. Just last week, there was a brutal killing of a person in Ludhiana, in one of the villages around Ludhiana, inside his house. Before that, in Taran we have seen criminal gangs operating with impunity from day one. You have seen the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. You have seen how his accused killer was allowed to escape. We have seen how free run is given to radicals in Patiala and other places. We have seen the RPG attack in Mohali headquarters. So the police is being misused by Arvind Kejriwal, the super PM, for his political vendetta. And meanwhile, the policemen are not being given a free hand to crack down criminals. And such kind of things then take place. Every second day there is a criminal gang war or a killing that takes place. And because of the entire free hand given to these elements by the Aam Aadmi Party government, we have seen these incidents take place. It is shocking state of affairs, and Mr. Bhagwant Mann should be holding himself accountable.
Right, Mr. Poonawalla, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. So questions being asked about the law and order situation in Punjab, where this young constable lost his life even as he was chasing criminals trying to thwart their carjacking attempt that took place in Jalandhar. Going back to Amandeep on the ground right now. Amandeep, has any statement come out of the police in terms of the investigation that is being carried out in this case so far?
Well, Nupur, so far they are tight-lipped regarding the investigation, just because this is a very serious incident where a cop has lost his life in the line of duty, and even now they are deeply investigation. In fact, even not only Jalandhar police and even several teams from Chandigarh is also investigating the case and identifying and verifying the connections of these carjackers, that either they are connected with any kind of gang, either it is a deep-rooted conspiracy, or it was just a spur of the movement regarding the carjacking incident. This is a very serious question, and even Nupur, if it's just a carjacking incident and these accused were heavily armed and they have that kind of attitude to open the fire against the cops, that is a big question on the law and order situation. That is a clear-cut impact that there is no such kind of impression of Punjab police on these gangsters and on these criminals who are actually having the mindset. In fact, when they started opening fire on cops, that is not a very normal thing. Normally, after witnessing the cops on the spot or chasing getting the chase by the cops, these kind of criminals always try to flee from the spot. But this confrontational raises a certain very big questions on the government and in fact on the Punjab police, that they don't have any kind of hard impression on these criminals. If today carjackers are opening fire and even in crossfiring, one cop was shot down, and in fact what will happen next to the theft cases? It is also been
Absolutely, Amandeep. Obviously, as you're pointing out, there are questions on law and order being asked about Punjab. Thank you very much for the moment, Amandeep, for joining us. Anubrata Mondal has filed a fresh plea before the Delhi High Court challenging his arrest. Mondal, in his fresh plea, has contended that he was not supplied the grounds of arrest as mandated under Section 19 of the PMLA. So Anubrata Mondal filing a fresh plea before the Delhi High Court challenging his arrest. Do remember that Mondal has filed this fresh plea in which he has contended that he was not supplied the grounds of arrest as mandated under Section 19 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So this is a huge development that has taken place in the cattle smuggling case. Do remember that Anubrata Mondal is one of the main accused in the cattle smuggling case. He has now challenged his arrest, saying that his arrest, the grounds of his arrest were not supplied to him as is mandated under Section 19 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Kishale is joining us right now from the Bangla newsroom. He has more details. Kishale, good morning. Give us more details about this plea that has been filed.
Please, this is especially in order to avoid his transfer from here in Asansol to Delhi. This is a new plea that he has filed, a fresh plea that says that when he was arrested, he was not supplied with the grounds of arrest. There is a particular memo or a paper that needs to be supplied to the person arrested and his lawyer, and he says that it was not supplied to him, and that is the reason that he is requesting for this, he's challenging his arrest, and he is requesting this fresh plea that he has filed in the Delhi High Court. Therefore, it is understood that Anubrata Mondal, who is trying badly to stop his transfer from Asansol jail to Bihar jail, because he understands that in order to if he is taken from Kolkata to Delhi or from Asansol to Delhi, he will lose his upper hand in this case. Therefore, this is the best chance that he can take in order to stop this transfer. He is trying his best. His lawyers have been applying for back-to-back pleas in different courts, especially in the High Court and Delhi High Court as well. This is a new one in which he says that he has not been supplied with the document that was required, especially at the grounds of arrest under which he was arrested. Therefore, he is challenging this whole decision in the Delhi High Court. Nupur.
All right, Kishale reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. So as Kishale is pointing out, his lawyers, Anubrata Mondal's lawyers, have challenged his arrest yet again in the cattle smuggling case. To remember that the Calcutta High Court has denied him bail on Wednesday in this same case. And here's a look at more news in brief this morning. 2 crew members of an Air India flight on which a man allegedly urinated on an elderly woman co-passenger are likely to join the police investigation into the case. The police are also trying to approach other passengers who were on the flight to get their statements. A person by the name of Nabi Yahya Khan was arrested for allegedly making a threat call to the Mumbai police regarding a 1993 blast-like explosion in the city. The police said that Nabi has a dozen cases against him and was also arrested once from Mumbai. The police are yet to ascertain the cause of the threat call. Further investigation into the matter is underway. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence of Coimbatore has intercepted 6 passengers who brought gold in concealment from Sharjah. The total quantity of the gold that has been seized is about 3.54 kgs, valued at over 2 crore rupees. One person by the name of Muthu Kumar has been arrested in the case. Days after a teenager shot at a 50-year-old grocery store owner in New Delhi, the 17-year-old accused has been taken into custody and a pistol has been recovered from him. As per the preliminary probe, a case has been registered against the accused under Section 328 and 376 of the Indian Penal Code. Ex-Haryana Minister Sandeep Singh, who was booked for sexual harassment, was questioned by the SID for nearly 7 hours at Sector 26 Police Station of Chandigarh. 2 mobile phones of Sandeep Singh were seized and the SID will question him again today. A couple and their friend were arrested for allegedly murdering a 35-year-old man called Devashish Pal and dumping his body in an area in Bengaluru. The accused have been identified as Reena and Gangesh from Uttar Pradesh and Bijoy from Assam. Preliminary probe has revealed that a CCTV video footage captured the accused shifting the victim's body on a bike. Due to low visibility at the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi, a flight of Air India Express from Sharjah to Delhi was diverted to Jaipur. Around 15 flights were delayed due to ongoing weather conditions. An illegally constructed building of Adigam Coaching Centre was demolished in Jaipur in Rajasthan after the owners failed to meet the deadline of vacating the place. Notices were sent under Section 32 and 72 to the 4 coaching operators, including the teacher recruitment paper leak accused Anil Agarwal. The JDU's National President Joshimath Singh has said that instead of Narendra Modi, Nitish Kumar deserves to be the country's Prime Minister. He further added that the Prime Minister implemented the same scheme in 2019 as was implemented by Nitish Kumar in 2015.
2019 में लागू करते हैं, जो योजना मुख्यमंत्री 2015 में लागू करते हैं, उसको आप 2019 में लागू करते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री के बनने के लायक नरेंद्र मोदी है कि नीतीश कुमार जी है, ये फैसला आपको करना है इस बिहार की जनता को।
After the military had to intervene to control thousands of protesters of the former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, who wreaked havoc on the streets of Brasilia in protest against Bolsonaro's election defeat. Prime Minister Modi said that he was deeply concerned about the situation. He further said that democratic traditions must be respected and that India will extend full support to Brazilian authorities. Well, there is controversy that is surrounding the release of a book. The BJP will be releasing a book on Siddaramaiah at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, we're given to understand that the book aims to highlight the Congress's soft stance towards the PFI and withdrawal of cases against the PFI. Let's go across to Prajwal, who's reporting on this from Bengaluru. He has more details on this. Prajwal, give us more details of what this book is about and what it highlights.
As of now, we get to understand that this book will be available on public platforms, on websites, and also it will be available as a hard copy to the general public about what the Siddaramaiah's government has done. Mainly now it is showing about Siddaramaiah's stance on the PFI and his pro-PFI stance here, because he had gone on to withdraw 175 cases against the PFI in 2015 when his government came to power regarding the 2009 communal riots which took place in Mysuru. And apart from this, they are also highlighting the Congress as well as Siddaramaiah's stance on Tipu Sultan and how he went soft against Tipu Sultan, and how once the Congress came into power, they allowed Tipu Jayanti to be celebrated across Karnataka, and also they made it mandatory at government institutions and government offices too. So this is one particular book which will be released by the BJP, by Cabinet Minister Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan at 3 p.m. Today, and we are also having many other BJP leaders like Chaluvadi Narayan Swamy who will be present there. It is also now being stated that they have taken a dig about the corruption practices during Siddaramaiah's government which had taken place, and this is something which the BJP wants to present ahead of the assembly elections too. And even as we are seeing this, the Congress has opposed this move by the BJP, and now they are trying to approach the cops to make sure that this book is not released, and the Congress, to go on and counter this book release event, have released their own set of manuals about what Siddaramaiah's government had done for the people, and highlighting the schemes, the pro-people schemes that he had done. Indira Canteen, Shadi Bhagya, Anna Bhagya, and also the free eggs and milk being given to students during Siddaramaiah's government. So it is definitely quite a war of words out there, but the Congress is strongly opposing that the book release event should not go, and if it is held, they will go on and conduct a huge protest not only in Bengaluru but also across Karnataka, is what is being stated now.
So Prajwal, do you see perhaps tensions heightening over this book release, and in terms of the Congress, how are they preparing to deal with this?
Definitely now tensions are definitely heightening here, and also there has been a war of words between the BJP and the Congress leaders here. And apart from that, they are also approaching the local police, stating that permission should not be given. But there is already a huge event that has been organized today which will be held shortly at 3 p.m. and the BJP is saying that there is no going back, and they will release the book as well. And this book is being compared to a drama which was conducted conducted to a play which was staged in Karnataka calling Tipu's True Dreams. So comparatively, the BJP is comparing Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan, and now they have titled a book stating Siddaramaiah's True Dreams. And this is something which the Congress have not taken lightly. So we will have to wait for these political developments. And as
all right, hold your
permission,
thoughts for a minute, Prajwal. We'll come back to you. Tanveer Ahmed from the JDS is on the phone line with us. Mr. Ahmed, good morning. Mr. Ahmed, obviously, you know, heightening tension between the BJP and the Congress over this book that the BJP aims to release. What do you make of it?
So firstly, we need to really understand two aspects of it. One, BJP drawing a parallel to Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan. Tipu Sultan was way ahead of his time. He was a great leader, great warrior, freedom fighter. And comparing Tipu Sultan and Siddaramaiah is absolutely uncalled for. And second thing, the book, which is going to be launched today by the Honorable Education Minister and former Deputy Chief Minister of BJP, Mr. Ashwath Narayan, is totally horrendous, horrible, and it is really low when it is on a political front. There was a book of Girish Karnad which says Tipu's dreams, and then now they're saying that Siddaramaiah's dreams. Actually, I would like to tell both the national parties that dream is delectable, reality is quite harsh. Kannadigas have really understood the drama of BJP and the drama of Congress, who are trying to lure people on the basis of religion without any work. On the basis of drama, you can't really fool people of Karnataka who are educated, who are really understand. Tupur, let me ask one question to BJP leaders. What is their contribution for Karnataka? 40% corruption, agrarian crisis, demolishing the aspirations of youth, taking away jobs from Karnataka and going to Hyderabad, and lowest of low when it comes to investment. We have got 27% low investment. So BJP can't really do drama anymore, and people of Karnataka are going to give befitting reply to both the national parties.
Absolutely. Mr. Ahmed, thank you very much for joining us. So the JDS over there saying that this is cheap political tactics that are being employed by both the Congress as well as the BJP. We slip into a very short break here. On the other side, we bring you more news. A plea seeking urgent declaration of Joshimath incident as a national disaster is to be mentioned in the Supreme Court today. And Prime Minister Modi is in Indore. He's set to inaugurate the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition, several grenades.
That the people of Joshimath are still in fear and the situation remains tense. Let me give you the sense once from where I'm reporting, and we can see the condition what is happening over here. We do understand, as we are reporting from last 4 days and seeing what exactly the condition at this point in time is, and we can see how the building is shifting from its place now. We have seen several cracks on the roads. We have seen several cracks on the walls, on other buildings in the hotels. So this exactly is the condition where this has been stated very much clearly by the administration that there is no option for the people now, but they will have to leave. They will have to leave their houses. That is something what we are seeing. Let me also give you the sense from this particular house where we can see the numbers of cracks. You can clearly see these people are shifting their house now. They are not left with any other option but to leave their house. This is the red mark which has been put in now over here, and this is to indicate that yes, this is one of the affected property. Let me go down and ask my video journalist to give you the sense clearly that what is being happening here. And if we talk about the cracks, then I can see all over. I can see the cracks what is happening. We'll try and talk to someone to understand if we can get a sense.
पूरे दिखाओ क्या कर रहा, क्या बोल रहा हूँ, सही जोशीमठ वैसे ही हो रहेगा। क्या कहाँ जाऊँ, खाली कमरे में रख रहे हम सामान, ये पूरे जाने वाले हैं नीचे।
अभी आप लोग को क्या बोला गया माता जी कि यहाँ से अब खाली करके
खाली कर दो, ये 10 बजे को खाली कर दो, हम यहाँ सील करेंगे। सरकार ने 10 बजे को, आज 10 बजे के तुम जितने सामान साफ सकते हो ले जाओ, नहीं ले जाना तो यहीं रख लो। यहाँ तुम्हारा सामान कुछ नहीं हुआ, तुम्हारे लिए बेवसा हो जाएगा। तभी तो है नहीं, कमरे कहीं है नहीं हमारे बेवसा के लिए। अब देखेंगे शाम तक क्या बोलेंगे।
कौन कौन है आपके परिवार में जो
हाँ, बहू है, बुढ़े है, बच्चे है, लड़का है।
You are with Republic TV. On the other side, it's a big political fight of exclusion of the Karnataka taboo. The government clarifies its position. And the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party face-off intensifies as the AAP now appeals to Congress councillors.
I'm Piyush Mishra in New Delhi, and this is Republic.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I'm reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
A huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे, और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side, and they didn't stop. They were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
Top headlines at 11:30. Punjab constable shot dead while chasing down criminals. BJP questions law and order situation. NDRF and SDRF teams rush to Joshimath. NDMA and Border Management Secretary to visit Uttarakhand today. Big political fight of exclusion of Karnataka taboo. Government clarifies, but Congress politics continues. Controversy erupts in Tamil Nadu where Governor's Tamizagam remark. DMK and allies stage walkout. Thousands storm Brazilian Congress in support of Bolsonaro. The Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi condemns violence. Alright, we start with newsbreak coming in from Punjab, where a police constable was shot dead during a cross-firing with carjackers in Jalandhar. We're given to understand that 3 assailants were also injured in this incident, whereas one accused managed to flee the spot. There were 4 armed men who snatched a car at gunpoint in Jalandhar. So this incident coming to light from Jalandhar, where a Punjab police constable was shot dead in broad daylight. In fact, the still of the police constable who was shot dead in broad daylight is on your screens. And questions, of course, being raised over the law and order situation in the state of Punjab. Amandeep reporting live on that story. Amandeep, this is not the first time that we are seeing the law and order situation gone for a complete toss in the state. Any word coming in from the government so far as to how did this really happen? And if you could give us more details, what really led to this police officer being shot dead?
Well, Samiksha, no official statement has been released that what really happened last night during this incident. Just because from the statement of the victim, it has came to fore that 4 persons have snatched a car last night at a gunpoint, and in fact, after that, 4 cops were chasing that car, immediately swung into action. And this martyred constable Kuldeep Singh is one of them. And in fact, even when the police was chasing the car, immediately the assailants started opening fire on the police, and even when they has been apprehended by the police. And in fact, all of a sudden, when they opened the fire, Constable Kuldeep Singh received a bullet injury, and late night he succumbed to the injuries during his treatment. But meanwhile, when police also opened the fire, when the cross-firing was happening, 3 of them...
just hold your thoughts for a moment. We have BJP's RP Singh also joining us. If I can get your first reaction, this is not the first time, of course, law and order situation is only deteriorating in the state. Your first response, and what is exactly the opposition going to do about the law and order situation in the state?
Well, the local government, the one-man government has lost control over the administration and over the complete system of the Punjab. Is more busy doing politics and other affairs than focusing on Punjab. And also, that message in the police and the administration is that be soft toward gangster and Khalistanis and radicals, because it's a payback time. I mean, they took help from all such elements during elections, and now the strict action has not been taken. Otherwise, one after another incidents which are happening. I mean, the police stations are being fired at by the RPGs, or the
key people in this state have been killed. Target killings are happening in Punjab now. Letters of threats are going to people in China or Jalandhar or all other industrial states to vacate the state. So this is very serious, and then I hope Mr. Bapodman and Mr. K.
Yes, yes, obviously the Aam Aadmi Party will have a lot to answer at this point in time. Thank you for speaking to us. So BJP's RP Singh questioning the state government in relation to the law and order situation in the state of Punjab, where the state police constable was shot dead during a cross-firing with carjackers in Jalandhar. We're given to understand that 3 assailants were injured and 1, however, managed to flee from the spot. We yet to get more details as to what really was the cause for this. Amandeep, of course, continues to be with us. Amandeep, if you could give us more details, anything known so far about the 4th accused who is still on the run is what we're given to understand.
Well, Samiksha, the statement of the 3 assailants who were injured are yet to be recorded just because they are under the treatment. And even the police is investigating this case in a very deep manner, that either this group of 4 belongs to any kind of gang or terror link, or what are their plans and why they are carrying weapons, just because carjacking incident is not the first time reported in Punjab and even on the gunpoint. But that crossfiring never took place, Samiksha, before this. And in fact, if they are so much in the scare that if the police chase them, there might be something to hide with them. So that is the reason the police is investigating in a very deep manner that what is the intention of these carjackers and why they are heavily armed when they came to snatch a car. So these are all questions that are yet to be answered, just because the investigation is underway and the statement of the injured accused are yet to be recorded, just because they are under the treatment. And once the doctors will allow the police to question them, the entire story will be disclosed, that why it happened and how it happened and with what purpose. Yes.
Yes, Amandeep, talking about the gun culture that you were mentioning earlier, let's not forget Sidhu Moosewala's murder as well, how it happened in broad daylight. These are some serious questions that the state government will have to answer. If you can once again, talk to us about various incidents that have been reported in the past as well, which points to the fact that yes, there are these, the government really needs to take serious note of these incidents happening in broad daylight.
Well, Samiksha, 2 things are very much common in Punjab these days among youth. One is drugs, and specifically heroin, and another is weapons. And every single youth is all passionate to have a weapon among them, and in fact this is the result that how the society is indulging towards them. RPG attack in Mohali headquarters is also resulted by a youngster, a minor, and even RPG attack at Tarantaran police station was also resulted by a minor who's under the age, and in fact who has fired the RPG at police station. And in fact you can imagine that how these terrorists and gangsters are exploiting this youth who is the next generation, and putting the guns into their hands. And even the police have run several drives against this gun culture in Punjab, registered several FIRs whosoever have posted the photographs on the social media with the weapons or brandishing the weapons or promoting the weapons. But the result is null and void. This is the result. This is how the youth is getting indulged into the gun culture in Punjab, and resulting such kind of carjacking incidents with the crossfiring in which one cop has lost his life in the line of duty. This is what happened. The police and the government has posed a lot that they are trying to control the law and order situation in Punjab. They are working against the gun culture in Punjab, but the impact is null and void. Yes, Samiksha.
Yes, Amandeep, thank you for the moment. And as Amandeep was telling us, several such incidents that have come to light in recent past. And let's not forget the Amritpal rally as well that was allowed to happen with those supporters of Amritpal Singh as well, who were seen openly brandishing their weapons. And of course, Sidhu Moosewala's murder, which also happened in broad daylight. All right, getting in more news break, this one in relation to the Joshimath matter. We're given to understand that the Supreme Court will now be hearing the matter tomorrow. So the petitioner there is seeking proper compensation for those for the families who've been affected in Joshimath. Remember, over 600 families have been affected as a result of the land subsidence being seen in Joshimath, affected so many families in Joshimath. In fact, several of them have also been shifted to temporary relief structures. Latest, of course, coming in that the matter is all set to be heard in the Supreme Court tomorrow. So all eyes will be on that hearing, which will take place tomorrow. In fact, let's listen into that reaction as well that has come in from the advocate who's filed a petition stating that how it needs to be declared a national disaster.
आज हमने मेंशन किया और ऑनरेबल चीफ जस्टिस ने कहा कि मेंशनिंग लिस्ट में डाल करके कल जो है मेंशन करिए, इसको सुनेंगे। हमारी याचिका में मुख्य मांग ये है कि इसको जो है वो नेशनल डिसास्टर डिक्लेयर किया जाए और नेशनल डिसास्टर डिक्लेयर करने के उसके जो कॉन्सिक्वेंसेज होते हैं कि वहाँ के नागरिकों को इवैक्यूएट करे सरकार अपने खर्च पर, उनके जिनके मकानों में दरार आ गई है उनके मकानों को फिर से रिपेयर करें या जो है उनके मकानों का निर्माण करें। अगर ये भी नहीं हो सकता है तो उनका पुनर्वास सरकार अपने खर्च पर करे और उनके जान माल की रक्षा करे।
And straight away cutting across to those visuals coming in of the mega protest being staged by the Aam Aadmi Party against the Delhi LG. So these are the protests being seen. Another escalation, of course, when we talk about the BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party face-off. These protests are taking place, of course, in the national capital with several of those Aam Aadmi Party leaders and those supporters staging a protest against the Delhi LG. In fact, these protests are being staged outside the LG's residence.
भाजपा तो विरोध क्यों कर रही है समझ नहीं आता। मतलब एक तो चोरी और सीना चोरी वाला विरोध है। हमारा विरोध ये है कि 10 जो मनोनीत पार्षद बनाए गए उनको पहले शपथ दिलाने का कहीं कोई रूल नहीं है। वो शपथ इसलिए दिलाना चाहते थे कि उनकी वोटिंग पहले करा दें, सिर्फ इसलिए वो जल्दी कर रहे थे। और बात यह है कि वोटिंग उनकी पहले हो भी जाती तब भी मेयर हमारी बन जाती उस दिन आराम से, हमें पता है ये बात। लेकिन हमें इन शर्तों पे लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने के बाद सरकार मिले, ऐसी सरकारों से हमारे जो मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं वो ऐसी सरकारें नहीं चाहते जिसमें लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो। हम एक अच्छा लोकतंत्र, एक सिद्धांतों की राजनीति देश को देना चाहते हैं, इसके लिए लड़ाई है।
मेयर के चुनाव के लिए पहले ही काफी समय लेट हो चुका है, कोई तारीख तय की गई है?
अभी तक तारीख एलजी साहब ने दी नहीं है। एलजी साहब जब तारीख देंगे, जब अमित शाह जी उनको देंगे तब वो हमें देंगे।
लगता नहीं है कि दिल्ली की जनता इंतजार कर रही है, मेयर कौन बनेगा, डिप्टी मेयर कौन बनेगा?
दिल्ली की जनता बिल्कुल तैयार कर रही है, मतलब इंतजार कर रही है और उन्हें पता है कि शैली ओबराय मेयर बनेंगी, लेकिन वो डेट कब आएगी वो देखिए।
As the AAP is staging a protest outside the LG residence, the BJP is also staging a protest. Piyush and Madhurima covering those protests by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. First going across to Piyush, who's getting us those visuals and the details of the AAP staging a protest. Piyush, if you could once again give us more details as to what is the reason for this protest being staged by the Aam Aadmi Party outside the LG's residence.
Well, Samiksha, this protest is right now taking place in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in national capital, and Aam Aadmi Party workers and leaders are planning to take out a protest march from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters till the LG house, and they have now been stopped by the Delhi police. Let me straight away try to show you the pictures of this protest which is now underway. And this protest is taking place against the kind of behavior which was done allegedly by BJP. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming, and that is why Aam Aadmi Party workers are now taking out this protest march. You can see as to how they are sitting there on the roads after they are being stopped. They are holding this placard which reads "Bhajpa walo sharm karo, संविधान की हत्या करना बंद करो." So protest versus protest is taking place after the kind of visuals, unprecedented visuals we saw coming in from Delhi's civic center, where full-blown war took place, violence took place, brawls were exchanged, and here the Aam Aadmi Party workers are sitting on the protest. Let me try to talk to them and understand as to what are the reasons as to why they are sitting here and for how long they will continue their protest. क्या कारण है आप लोग?
We are protesting against the brutal killing of constitution by Bhajpa. According to constitution, the party which has largest number of members will form its Pitasin Adhikari, who is senior most Pitasin Adhikari, and also it will form the government, it will form its mayor. But BJP, having lesser number of members, is trying to make its mayor by foul means.
But the question here is that BJP is saying that their councillors have been attacked by Aam Aadmi Party councillors. We also saw the pictures coming in where one of your councillors was seen holding a chair in his hand and he was trying to throw it on a BJP councillor. How are we going to justify this?
No, it's completely false statement by Bhajpa. In fact, the Gundagardi was started by BJP councillors.
You concluded this?
Now, our councillors tried to protect themselves. We did not start it. BJP councillors started,
even if aldermen nominated members take oath first, what's wrong in that?
The reason is because they were trying to make their mayor. Therefore, they wanted to use.
What the allegation coming in from Aam Aadmi Party workers? आपके हाथ में तख्ती है, क्या मांगा?
हमारा मांगना यह है कि जो संविधान में लिखा है उसको ठीक ढंग से वो लागू किया जाए.
क्या लिखा है, क्या कहना?
जो भी है, जैसा कि नॉमिनेट पार्षद है उनको बाद में वो दी जाती है और वो
मतलब थोड़ी देर कानून हाथ में ले लेंगे, लड़ाई झगड़ा थोड़ी करेंगे.
मचा रखे. सबसे पहले नॉमिनेट पार्षदों को ही उन्होंने और दिलाने की कोशिश की, जो कि गलत है. संविधान में ये कहीं.
आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, जो जीते हुए जो पार्षद हैं, जिसको जनता ने जिता के भेजा है, उनकी हत्या करी जा रही है, उनका मान सम्मान डाउन किया जा रहा है. जिन साथियों को आपने नॉमिनेट किया है, उन साथियों को बीजेपी ने
बोला क्या था कि जिनकी शपथ जो नॉमिनेटेड है उनकी शपथ के बाद आपकी शपथ नहीं होगी, ऐसा बोला था?
कोई सूचना नहीं थी,
लड़ाई झगड़ा क्यों
नहीं था. उन्होंने जीते हुए पार्षदों को नीचे दिखाने के लिए जिन लोगों को उन्होंने नॉमिनेट बनाया है वो सारे के सारे बीजेपी के लोग हैं.
This is what the voice coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party workers. Let me try to show you the pictures of barricading those that have been put up here. These workers have now been stopped here by police personnel have been deployed. CRPF personnel have been deployed here. Multiple layers of barricading has been done to stop these workers. In fact, water cannon have also been called in, looking into the massive protest which has been announced by Aam Aadmi Party. Samiksha.
Yes, Piyush, stay with us. So Piyush and Madhurima, they're getting us those details of the protests being held there simultaneously by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Madhurima, they're getting us those details and reporting from that location where the BJP is staging a protest. Madhurima, for our viewers also, it is all regarding the showdown which has happened in recent past over the mayor post. Talk to us about what really happened inside the Civic House and what exactly is the claim being made by the BJP at this point in time.
Well, Samiksha, this massive protest has been organized just few kilometers away from the residence of Chief Minister of the national capital. Now, what the events that unraveled in the house were that the BJP was claiming that the AAP workers were drunk and that they were misbehaving and that they could not tolerate the presence of BJP workers. The BJP workers have also alleged, I request my camera person to show you as I speak, the massive protest that has erupted just few kilometers away from the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and they're marching towards the residence. They want to put a showdown there to register their voice, but the BJP has been claiming that the unruly Aam Aadmi Party workers became very aggressive. The entire atmosphere was very aggravated in the house, and also multiple female workers have alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party workers didn't even leave them. They pulled them from hair. They tried to tear their clothes. So such was an environment. So we'll move back into the protest and try and speak to some of the protesters over here as to what do they demand today and what do they really have in mind when they are going for a showdown.
मांग सिर्फ ये है कि जो निगम पार्षद अगर आए हुए हैं एलजी साहब ने जिनको चुना है तो वो शपथ तो ले रहे हैं। केजरीवाल जी अपने निगम पार्षद जो गुंडे के स्वरूप में जो वहां मारपीट कर रहे हैं, वो संविधान का उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं, वो उन्हें उस समय माफी मांगनी चाहिए और सदन को चलना चाहिए।
लेकिन वो ये कह रहे हैं कि
इन्होंने कोई मारपीट नहीं करी है। सदन पर जब उन्हें संविधान के तौर पे शपथ दिलाने की बात करी गई है तो सिर्फ शपथ ले रहे थे। ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ आम आदमी पार्टी के निगम पार्षद ने कहा है। और आप देखिए कि इतना ज्यादा दुष्प्रचार है कि जो हमारी महिला निगम पार्षद हमारी साथी थी उनके साथ में भी धक्का मुक्की करी गई है। हमारे महिलाओं के हाथों में लगे हुए, यहाँ तक उनके बाल पकड़ के खींचे गए हैं और गुंडागर्दी। और आप देखिए आम आदमी पार्टी की जो आतिशी जो विधायक हैं, विधायक रहते हुए भी उन्होंने उस मर्यादा का उल्लंघन करा है कि एक महिला होते हुए भी महिलाओं का
तक जा रहा है ये आपका प्रोटेस्ट कहाँ तक लेके?
ये हम इसे सोए हुए केजरीवाल को जगाना चाहते हैं। आप सिविक सेंटर जैसी है कि दिल्ली की भोली भाली जनता के मंदिर में जाकर तुम उसका अपमान करते हो, वहाँ जाकर पब्लिक के सामने के हमें ये नहीं करने दे रहे। अरे जब तुम्हारे पास फुल बहुमत है तो तुम झगड़ा क्यों कर रहे हो? चक्कू वो लेकर जाते, छुरी वो लेकर जाते, वो तो दूसरे ताहिर पैदा कर रहे हैं। अमरनाथ चैन वो चाहते कब है?
इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं कि आपकी तरफ से भी मारपीट की गई।
आप हमसे ज्यादा आप देखते हो, आपने देखी होंगी सारी रिपोर्टें। शुरुआत सब उन्होंने करी है, हमारी को क्या करा उन्होंने?
So you can see that the people are saying that they are innocent. This protest is getting aggressive. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break to keep you ahead of these massive protests erupting in the national capital.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and other these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when two suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And these two are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are two automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these two terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the...
Continuously getting you those live visuals coming in from the national capital, where it is high voltage drama. BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party staging a protest. The Aam Aadmi Party staging a protest against the BJP, whereas the visuals, in fact, those are the visuals that are coming in of the protest being staged by the BJP against the Aam Aadmi Party over the mayor post. Madhurima there at the location getting us all those details. Madhurima, once again, if you can talk to some of those BJP leaders and talk to them, what really happened inside the civic house that particular day when we saw those unruly behavior, the unruly scenes in which there was a fist fight. Several of those leaders also engaged in that fist fight as well as that altercation between the two parties.
Well, absolutely, Samisha, and which is why such a massive protest has been organized over here. My VJ Surinder Rawat is bringing you these live visuals over here, and as you can see, big banners, placards have been put on display to express the ire and the anguish of the Bharatiya Janata Party workers over here. So we'll move forward and talk to them as to what do they demand and how are they going to aggravate this entire process of protest as they move towards the Chief Minister's residence over here. Sir, आप
लड़ाई स्टार्ट किसने करी? अगर आप जीत के आए हैं, फ्लोर टेस्ट हो रहा है, उसे होने दीजिए। आप रोक किस ले रहे हैं? अगर संविधान में आपकी आस्था नहीं है तो ही आप ये काम कर रहे हैं। संविधान में आस्था हो तो आपको ये काम करने की जरूरत नहीं है। पूरे सदन में देखा गया जिस प्रकार से आम आदमी पार्टी की विधायक आतिशी लोगों को सिस्टम बता रही थी, आप यहाँ दरवाजा बंद करो, उसको मार दो, उसे रोक दो। वो कौन सा संविधान था? केजरीवाल जी के घर की तरफ कूच करने का कारण है तो आंखें खोले, दिल्ली की जनता की जो काम है उसको काम करें और काम भी करने दें।
महिलाओं के साथ भी बड़ी बदसलूकी हुई उसके बारे में।
महिलाओं के साथ बदसलूकी है ही है। कल तक तो वो बोल रहे थे महिलाएं सर्वोपरि हैं, दिल्ली में रक्षा है, दिल्ली में काम करने दो, हमें ये करने दो। आज जब काम हो रहा है तो आप वो काम करने मत दो। महिलाओं के आप अपने सदन में ही उनको मार पीट रहे हो तो बाहर आप महिलाओं की सुरक्षा कैसे करोगे?
देखिए, सदन चलने का मतलब क्या है कि संविधान के तौर पर एलजी साहब ने जब नॉमिनेट करवाया है तो संविधान, हम भी वही कह रहे हैं, सदन ये चलना चाहिए और सदन चलने की हम मांग करते हैं। हम ये कह ही नहीं रहे कि हम मेयर बना रहे हैं, हम ये कह रहे हैं कि मेयर बनने के लिए जो प्रत्याशी आम आदमी पार्टी ने रखा, बीजेपी ने भी रखा, नहीं, उनको डर ये है कि बीजेपी देखिए इसमें पार्टी का मैटर ही नहीं है। मेयर जो बनना है उसको जो निगम प्रत्याशी जो चुने हुए हैं, हर निगम प्रत्याशी वोट करेगा। तो बीजेपी तो अपने आप में अस्वस्थ है, उसे यकीन है कि हमने काम करा है तो हमें चुनेंगे। लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी को यह भय है कि जिनसे उन्होंने 80-80 लाख रुपए लिए थे और 80 लाख रुपए में जब टिकट बेची थी तो क्या वो अभी भी आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ रहेगा या वो काम के साथ आएगा, ये डर है।
You can see that these are the voices of the Bharatiya Janata Party workers, and they are alleging that all that happened inside that particular house was condemnable, that they did not, that the Aam Aadmi Party workers did not comply by the rules and resorted to unruly behavior that ended into massive ruckus inside the party. And you can see also see that these big placards all on a main road marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. That really deciphers the kind of ire these BJP workers are holding, because the showdown was quite indeed a shameful one, Samiksha. Because in a house where work and progress is supposed to happen, the events that unraveled on that hapless day are to be accounted for. Both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP have been blaming each other and today are protesting in various parts of the national capital. This massive protest being organized by the BJP, they are moving towards the Chief Minister's residence. But let me show you that behind me the barricades have been put. Beyond this, I don't believe that this entire contingent will be allowed to move towards the Chief Minister's residence. So it is highly expected, Samiksha, that as and when this particular protest is going to reach these barricades, we move towards the protest, these barricades, it is going to be an aggressive fight between the police officials and the BJP workers. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break. Both Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continue to protest against the showdown that happened in the assembly. We'll be right back.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made from the other operation that Indian Army carried out. This is the fatigue of the Indian Army, the combat dresses they were carrying, the gloves and these batteries, the daggers, each and everything these terrorists were carrying. This is in the second operation that has been carried out by the Indian Army, and possibly it was an attempt to carry out a bat attack, as they were carrying a camera with them also.
This is Ravi Gram of Joshimath from where I am reporting at this point in time, and as we have been reporting from the different location and seeing the condition that what exactly is happening in the Joshimath, there you can see the ball which has been dislocated completely. So you can understand by seeing these visuals that what would have been the condition and what is happening over here. This is something what is becoming a more worrisome situation for the people of Joshimath.
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army when 2 suspects were seen moving towards the LOC on the Indian side. When they didn't stop, they were neutralized by the Indian Army, and these 2 are the weapons that have been recovered, along with other arms and ammunition. Several grenades too have been recovered. These are 2 automatic rifles that have been recovered, and these are the twin IEDs that these 2 terrorists were carrying.
देखिए तस्वीरें पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर की हैं और अखिलेश यादव इस वक्त अंदर में मौजूद हैं। सुबह ही मनीष जगन अग्रवाल की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी का जो मीडिया सेल है उसको वो हैंडल करते थे, उसको चलाते थे। और 3 अलग-अलग एफआईआर इस पूरे केस में अलग-अलग समय पर दर्ज हुई थी कि जो नेता अंदर नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, जिनको अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा, वो यहाँ पर धरने पर बैठ गए हैं।
Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered by the security forces. This was an operation that was launched by the Indian Army. See, this is the recovery that has been made.
Good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Anubrata Mondal, and we are going to straight take you to Delhi, where the Aam Aadmi Party is protesting outside the Delhi LG's residence. Meanwhile, the BJP is also staging a counter-protest against the Aam Aadmi Party after the showdown that took place in the assembly on Friday. Madhurima is joining us from Civil Lines, and I think we'll also have our correspondent join us from Piyush Mishra. In fact, will be joining us from outside the AAP headquarters. Now, first to you, Piyush, a lot of action taking place behind you right now. I can see people raising slogans. This, I understand, is the BJP that's protesting over there. Tell us more, please.
Well, certainly, Nupur, as we are speaking, massive protest is underway in national capital, and these protests are being carried out not only by Aam Aadmi Party but also by BJP workers. Let me straight away try to show you the dramatic pictures of this protest, which is right now underway in Delhi, right in front of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. These workers have now been stopped by Delhi police. Remember that this protest is taking place against the alleged attack which took place on Aam Aadmi Party councillors. This is what they are claiming. They are saying that LG and the BJP are indulged in killing the constitution, and that is why they are protesting here. They are also saying that on the day when the house was convened in civic center of Delhi, on that particular day, the nominated members were first allowed to take oath and not the elected one. Let me try to talk to them and understand their demands and how they are going to move ahead as far as their protest is concerned. भाजपा वालों को शर्म क्यों आनी चाहिए? क्यों
शर्म करो। देखिए, लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने वाली ये भाजपा
संवैधानिक तौर से लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रही है। चुने हुए पार्षदों को शपथ नहीं लेने दी जा रही और मनोनीत पार्षद जो भाजपा के और एलजी के बनाए हुए पार्षद हैं उसमें भी संविधान की हत्या करी है। उनको पहले शपथ दिलवाई जा रही है, उनको वोटिंग का अधिकार दिलवाया जा रहा है जो संविधान में नहीं है। और देखिए चोरी से फिर ये राज अपना करना चाह रहे हैं, चोर रास्ते से अपना राज करना चाह रहे हैं।
How they are holding this placard which reads भाजपा वाले शर्म करो, संविधान की हत्या करना बंद करो, क्यों मांग कर रहे हो?
भाजपा वालों ने लोकतंत्र प्रजातंत्र को खत्म कर दिया है, हिटलरशाही राज कर रहे हैं। ये आने वाली राजनीति के लिए बहुत ही कड़वा जहर देके जा रहे हैं। ये बड़े ही शर्म की बात है। जब पब्लिक ने उनको मैंडेट नहीं दिया तो क्यों जबरदस्ती वो अपना मेयर और डिप्टी मेयर स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर को बनाना चाह रहे हैं। किस तरह से उन्होंने संविधान का बिल्कुल सत्यानाश करा है, उनकी धज्जियां उड़ाई है। ये भाजपा के लिए ही बड़े ही शर्म की बात है।
आप यहाँ पर लेटे हुए हैं, क्या कारण है सड़क पर लेट गए?
हम ये कहना चाहते हैं कि एलजी साहब शर्म करो, देखो हम सड़क पे लेटे हैं। कुछ दिल्ली के बारे में सोचो, दिल्ली का बेड़ा गर्क मत करो। बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में एलजी साहब काम कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली बर्बाद हो रही है, दिल्ली को बचाओ। दिल्ली के जो अनैतिक कार्य है वो बंद करो।
छाती पीट रहे हैं, क्या कारण है?
ये कारण ये है कि मर गए बीजेपी वाले, मर गए बीजेपी वाले। आज ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रहे हैं। आज ये बता रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के लोगों को परेशान करने का ठेका बीजेपी ने ले लिया है, इसलिए जनता छाती पीट रही है और ये जता रही है कि बीजेपी वालों आपको दिल्ली की जनता जीने नहीं देगी, आने वाले टाइम में देश से उखाड़ के फेंकेगी।
अगर जो नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर्स हैं उनकी शपथ पहले हो भी तो दिक्कत क्या है?
अगर आप जीत के आते हैं, आपकी शपथ होती है, मैं समझ में आता।
जीत के तो बीजेपी वाले भी आए।
जिसकी सरकार होती है नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद उसके बनते हैं।
कब होगी, सब शपथ लेंगे सर?
दिल्ली में सरकार जिसकी होती है नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद उसकी बनती है। पहले कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद कांग्रेस के थे। इससे पहले आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार थी, नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद आम आदमी पार्टी के थे। आज भी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है और नॉमिनेटेड पार्षद आम आदमी पार्टी को होना चाहिए, पर ये बीजेपी ने तानाशाही करके बनाया है। ये गुंडागर्दी हम चलने नहीं देंगे।
We are seeing these dramatic pictures coming in from Delhi, where these workers are now thumping their chest. They are demanding that the actions must be taken by LG against the LG. This is what we are now demanding, and that is why we are seeing how they are protesting here on these streets. We are showing you these live pictures coming in from national capital. Not only Aam Aadmi Party workers are protesting, but also the BJP workers are protesting. They are against LG. In fact, BJP is claiming that even if the nominated members were allowed to take the oath first, why did Aam Aadmi Party councillors took law in their hand, and why BJP councillors were attacked? And against the attack on councillors, today BJP is also taking out a protest march.
Right. Do stay with us, Piyush. I'm going to go across now to Madhurima. Madhurima, we can see behind you the protest has begun there as well. So give us a sense of what's happening around you. And the BJP, of course, also protesting against the ruckus that took place in the assembly.
Well, yes, absolutely, Nupur. And the blame game is at its highest pinnacle over here. I'm reporting from civil lines, and you can see the kind of massive protest that has erupted just a few kilometers away from the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And they intend to march towards the residence and then create a blockade around it and continue to protest. What they are intending is that they want to awaken the Chief Minister from the slumber that he is in. That is what the BJP workers over here are contesting. And as you can see, that a massive protest has erupted over here. They continue to press upon the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party is scared of the fact that they will lose the mayor seat, the deputy mayor seat, and of course their position in the standing committee. Now what they are pressing upon is that it is because of that fear of the Aam Aadmi Party that particular ruckus was created on the floor. And what they are pressing upon the fact is that how the kind of behavior that was meted out to the female workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So you can see that they continue to chant slogan, the placards on display, banners on display. Then there's a vehicle making announcements. So it's a very aggressive protest in front of the Chief Minister's residence over here. We'll speak to
सरकार का एमसीडी में ये कहना कि नॉमिनेटेड जितने भी पार्षद हैं वो शपथ नहीं लेंगे, ये सरासर गलत है। और हम लोगों का केवल एक ही स्टैंड था कि जब नॉमिनेटेड हो गए ये, तो बिना शपथ के ये सदन में बैठ ही नहीं सकते, सदन में एंटर ही नहीं हो सकते। तो एक छोटी सी बात के लिए, क्योंकि इनको खुद डर था कि मेयर के चुनाव के अंदर हमारी वोटिंग भाजपा के पक्ष में पड़ सकती है, तो मेन इशू ये था, ये शपथ तो इनका बहाना था।
आगे कैसे काम बनेगा, क्योंकि पहले दिन ही जब ऐसे रिश्ते हो गए हैं तो आगे कैसे मेल जोल के, क्योंकि अगर पूरा सदन चलना है तो सबको मिलकर काम।
ये तो देखिए, केजरीवाल के जितने पार्षद चुन के आए, केजरीवाल जी को, मुख्यमंत्री जी को सोचना चाहिए था कि आगे काम कैसे चलेगा, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के निगम पार्षदों की संख्या कम नहीं है जी। 104 निगम पार्षद है, उनमें से मैं एक छोटा सा एक सिपाही हूँ, और अभी 4 साल, 4.25 साल दिल्ली का विकास करना है। अगर वो छोटी छोटी बातों पे इस तरीके से भय की राजनीति, डर की राजनीति, अपने विधायकों को बुला लेना, आतिशी को बुला लेना, और आतिशी जैसे सीनियर लीडर जो आम आदमी पार्टी की है, वो अपने निगम पार्षदों को प्रोवोक कर रही है कि जाओ टेबल पे चढ़ जाओ, संविधान की जहां शपथ लेनी है वहां पे जाके प्रोटेस्ट करो। तो मुझे लगता है वो खुद नहीं चाहते कि दिल्ली के अंदर हम सब मिलकर काम करें।
डर है केजरीवाल सरकार में, क्योंकि बीजेपी कह रही है कि उनको ये लग रहा था कि भाई सीटें हाथ से निकल जाएंगी, पद हाथ से निकल जाएंगे।
केजरीवाल सरकार के लोगों के अंदर हताशा है, डर है, भय है। उनके अपने लोग जो उनके निगम पार्षद हैं, वो उनसे पूरी तरह से चिंतित है कि ये दूसरी तरफ जा सकते हैं। वो अपने घर को बचाने के लिए, अपनी पार्टी को बचाने के लिए लोकतंत्र की हत्या की। उन्होंने जो सरकार के माध्यम से चुने हुए लोग, जो चुनियुक्त हुए लोगों को उन्होंने शपथ नहीं लेने दी। इस तरह का घिनौना कार्य देश की आजादी के बाद पहली बार हाउस में देखने को मिला।
That the kind of voices that are being raised from this protest, and this protest keeps on pressing on the fact that
कहीं भी क्रॉस वोटिंग ना कर दे। हाउस के अंदर जिस प्रकार से कानून का उल्लंघन हुआ, ये देखिए फोटोग्राफ, इनके अपने विधायक, इनके अपने पार्षद जिस प्रकार से वहाँ धक्का मुक्की करी, मैन हैंडलिंग करी, लोगों से हिंसा करी, हमारे 7 पार्षदों को चोटें आई हैं, अपना उनका फ्रैक्चर हुआ है। ये दिखाता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल को कानून पर विश्वास नहीं है। हमारी मांग है कि तुरंत से तुरंत हाउस को बुलाएं, तुरंत से तुरंत ओथ होनी चाहिए, और मेयर, डिप्टी मेयर और स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का चुनाव होना चाहिए इमीडिएटली। Byway or highway, they have to understand one thing. Constitution should follow the Constitution, and the Constitution says, Section 3 says, administrator got a full right to appoint the councillors. And who is the administrator? Lieutenant Governor is the administrator. If you have so much problem, go in a court, have an intervention from the court, and take the clarification from the court. But the Constitution clearly says administrator have the full right to appoint it. Arvind Kejriwal is in fear. Arvind Kejriwal fear that their own councillor will do a cross voting. A person who has got 100